Welcome to Raging Bullets, a DC Comics fan podcast, episode 130. Welcome to Raging Bullets. I am Sean Whalen, Dr. Norge on the CGS forums, and I'm joined as always by my co-host Jim. They've taken the best of my creative core, put a top creative team to craft it. They bumped me just a bit out of continuity, but don't worry because it's going to be totally awesome. For this episode, I am the all-star version of the sensei of the whatnot segment.
How's it going, eh?
I have issues.
Okay.
Yeah. It's funny whenever you're in a creative medium like podcasting or anything like that, where you're putting a lot of effort into it. Sometimes things go wrong, especially when you're doing a lengthy program like this. Jim and I, when we recorded this one, we did Seven Soldiers Volume 2, which that recording no problem at all. We did a two-phase discussion of the first four issues of Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters. We did issue 1 and 2, then took a little break and came back and did 3 and 4. Well, when we went to save issue 3 and 4 after we recorded them, we got this error message and Audacity shut down, and we hadn't saved it, and I was just like, oh no, and it was a rather hefty discussion. You'll see when it gets to issues 3 and 4, you can get kind of an idea of what we went through. We thought we lost it all, and I had to go back and recover the files. Anyway, long story short, it actually all worked out, and we do have that on this episode. We also had a 20-minute long listener email segment where we went through and just grabbed some of the most recent listener emails. The sad part is, because of the issues that we had with that, we wanted to go back and do another listener email segment and BK's Bullets. As you can tell from the timestamps on the show, you're still getting, a typical meaty Raging Bullet show. We actually were going to have it be another 20-minute or so segment with listener emails and then go into a BK's Bullets. We're going to do all that next week, so we have a plan to do that. We are proud members of the Comics Podcast Network and the League of Comic Book Podcasts. We're continuing to support the Hero Initiative. Hero creates a financial safety net for yesterday's creators who need emergency medical aid, financial support for the essentials of life, and an avenue back into paying work. It's a chance for all of us to give something back to the people who have given us so much enjoyment. For more information, visit www.heroinitiative.org or call 310-909-7809. Our sponsors for this episode are DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. It's actually an interesting point in time to talk about DCBService.com because, Jim, we're recording this on September 3rd, which the new books for this month haven't been posted yet. And it's right around next day or two they're going to be posted. This is actually one of my favorite times of the month because I'm waiting to see what kind of discounts they're going to have. I'm waiting to see what new books are coming out because I follow, I'll look on sites like Newsarama and stuff like that, and comic book resources when they start listing what books are going to be coming out in previews. But I always am really excited for when I get to see what, especially with hardcovers and things like that I'm on the fence of, because I've got my monthly stack now. Especially now I'm back to monthlies for everything. I'm not doing anything in trades. I'm looking at, there's certain things that I like the collected editions of for the extras, and that means I've got to fit it somehow in my budget, so those discounts really sway me one way or another on what I'm going to purchase. So that ends up being a big deal for me. What do you anticipate the most when you go to DCBService.com at the beginning of the month? What is your thing?
Well,
how do you...
here's how I have mine laid out. I have a nice little Excel sheet that has all my orders, and they're broken out because DCB Service, it breaks it down not only just by DC Marvel, Image and whatnot, but inside the DCs, there's the Superman, there's the Batman, there's the General, there's the Vertical tab, your Wildstorm, and all this. So,
Minx,
the Minx, and Johnny DC, CMX, and there's all the different breakdowns. So I have my little Excel sheet. It's broken down by not only titles, but how it appears, and so I got all that organized. I have that laid out, so it's, I don't know, I'm a little bit weird in how I'm like, okay, time to get ready, and I'm looking through, oh yeah, I have my non-DC stuff, the Hero Initiative sometimes comes out with a new title, so I'll pick up that. It's, it's a nice little, I enjoy, going there like, oh, okay, yeah, we're up, okay, what do we got going on? I'll pull up my Excel sheet on this page, and I'm bebopping back and forth between the two, order, enter it in my Excel sheet, keeping track on what I've ordered, what I've gotten, when I get my shipment comes in, I'll go back to that Excel sheet and I highlight it, saying, okay, received this issue, and it's the account in me where I'm tracking everything, so that's kind of why I like it.
It's also for me when I go on that month, it's easy for me to then go and when you talk about the other comics, there's a lot of things that I miss. and I'll go through, I'm talking, independent publishers, things like that, and they'll sometimes do a collected edition or something like that of a book that, like, I've heard nothing but good things about. So I'll go and grab that, and check and see, what kind of new things are going to be out there. It's really, I wish we were all independently wealthy and that I had enough time to read everything that I want to read.
That's why I need to hit the lottery just so I can buy everything and just click all. Okay, done.
But you need to win the lottery so you have the time to read it too. Because I really genuinely, I have a growing stack of books now because I'm back at work. During the summer, I got all caught up, and now my stack's growing again of books that I've got to read. Part of the joy for me is that I actually genuinely want to read everything that I purchased. I don't purchase it with the intention of it sitting. I purchased it with the intention of actually, like, devouring it and actually really heavily digging into that stuff. So this is the time of the month for me that I'm, like, excited to see what new material am I going to get, what things am I going to get super excited about, and that's fun for me. But whatever your shipping preferences, your bag and boarding preferences, dcbservice.com accommodates your collecting needs. And pop by their website this week. After you listen to the show, go check and see what the new specials are, because there's stuff not just DC, all across comics. There's all kinds of product for you to grab and catch it, some nice discounts. Our in-stock trades book of the month for September is Seven Soldiers of Victory, Volume 3. We mentioned this is going to be a bi-monthly one. We're finishing up Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters. What we're going to do is we're going to air that episode the first week in October. Our first October episode will be Seven Soldiers, Volume 3. And we're going to do it that way. In September, we will pick, towards the end of the month, our contest winner, let them decide which book they're going to pick, and that'll be our October book. Cool. That'll be great, which will air that episode then the first week in November. I think we're going to try and keep that system going. We're doing these two back-to-back. It was never really our intention to do it this way, but we wanted to get these in because we'd promised that we were doing these particular episodes, and I'm excited to chat about them anyway. But Seven Soldiers of Victory, Volume 3, Seven Soldiers, Mr. Miracle 1-2, Zatanna number 4, Clarion number 4, The Bulleteer 1 and 2, and Frankenstein number 1. So that continues our whole interweaving story arc that we got going on here. It's regularly $14.99. They're supporting us again with the 47% off discount. $7.94. So if you're following along with us and you picked up Volume 2, you can jump on and grab Volume 3. We are going to do Volume 4. That's going to be in November. That'll be our book of the month for that one, and we'll air that in December, and we'll finish off the year having completed Seven Soldiers. Finally. Yeah. You realize, wait, Jim.
Only a year in making.
Didn't we do 50 in, like, December?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
It really has been a year. Our year of Seven Soldiers. We got it done. We're actually going to get it done. I like it. We're halfway done at this point with this episode. So if you aren't reading this, All-Star Superman, speaking of Grant Morrison, the trade paperback, Volume 1. For those of you that kind of, never jumped on the series and you've heard nothing but good things and you didn't jump on the hardcover, this is a great affordable way to grab this. It's the first 6 issues. It's regularly $12.99. The in-stock trades price, 37% off, is $8.18. And this one's really great because it gets to, and that's why I did the whole, Sensei ad in the beginning, because I got to thinking as I was putting together the advertisement for DCB Service, one of the things I do like about All-Star Superman that continues to draw me to it is it takes place out of continuity, but it really does pull all of the elements from all of Superman's storytelling, the cool, wacky places that Superman can go and somehow make it believable, the human side of him that fits into the fact that he's just, because in that book he's really super powerful. So we're seeing a Superman that really is pretty darn invulnerable, even in the most desperate of situations, and yet you see these moments with Lois where you get to that farm boy, the Kansas farm boy again, and I think the balance that we see from Morrison is the best of what you get from great Superman storytelling. People who know how to keep him rounded and keep him accessible, even though he is this all-powerful being that we all look up to as kind of like this shining icon. To a certain extent, we all aspire to be, but know who's going to really be able to be as goody two-shoes as Superman. I like that aspect about it, though, because it is that bright, fun Superman. You say it, you're hoorah Superman.
Yeah, it's a hoorah. It's a cool moment. And there's the, as you said, there's the Kansas farm boy moments, right intermixed with the Superman moments, mixed with really nice laid out love story between him and Lois. So it was a good read. I enjoy it.
And Quitely's really, there's the artwork that's went into this. There's a lot of care going into the artwork. It's a gorgeous looking book. The whole, art team, it just looks fantastic. It's really just got a special feel to it. So that's why I grabbed this one. I pulled this one. I'm like, you know what? If you haven't read this one, here's something. People are always asking us on the forums, what do you recommend? I recommend this. Yeah. For $8.18, the first 6 issues of this, you've got some really good reading. You don't have to worry about it tying into anything, and just have a good time with it. InStockTrades.com is your source for your collected edition needs. Thanks for supporting us, DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. I want to thank you guys for all the support. We keep getting people joining us on Facebook. Our good sensei will do that someday as well.
Funny. Just as you're saying that, I'm like, no!
Target locked. We were going to have Freddie Williams on this particular episode to talk about Robin and the Flash. Comic creation and all that, your workload varies, and he got really busy. He is going to be coming on the show. We're delaying that segment either to next episode or the episode afterwards, depending on his availability. But we want to talk about his transition from the Flash to Robin. And, kind of the contrast of the two different art styles, because drawing the Flash is very different than drawing Robin. Their whole background and their city's different. The whole MO of the characters is very different. Superpowers versus, gadgets and relying on how you're training and things like that. So it's going to be interesting to talk about. And you got a family dynamic over there versus a dysfunctional on the other side. So it's really, it's interesting to be able to talk about the contrast of the two different books and how he feels about coming back home to Robin after so much time, and how he feels about being back there as well. So we are going to do that segment. So that'll be over the next couple. Just follow the forum and the website, and I will post updates on what we're doing with that. That is coming for sure. I want to remind everyone that for sure next week we are also talking about Secret 6. Secret 6 number 1 is coming out. It's actually, as of the time you're hearing this, it's out in the stores. Go grab it. This book is awesome, and we can't wait to talk about it next week. We're in the middle of a contest. Been waiting till I got finished revamping the website to put up the contest entries, and I'm gonna actually make an addendum to that and start putting them up, because I want to stay caught up with it. I've actually been reading all the contest entries, and I just got done responding to people asking me questions about potential contest entries. Please feel free to come up with your own ideas of things that you'd like to do for the websites. Blogs. I had a couple people ask about blogs. Can I do a little blogging on your website? Please. The website, I want it to be open-ended, user-generated, talking about what you want to rant about in comics. And that's kind of the whole point of the website to me. So I really want to take it and for the second half of this year and just gear the whole website towards that, and really kind of set up that opportunity then for every other month to have listeners who are contributing to that website join us to generate our content for that In Stock Trades Book of the Month. Because that to me seems like a nice way to keep listeners constantly in the flow and in the queue of episodes for us. So, it's always cool to have different voices every so often, so I'm excited for that. Any contest interest you have, whether it's comic strips, Where's What Not Nows, banners for the website, if you're talented with Photoshop, things like that, anything you've got in mind or creative, audio comments for the show, send them to ragingcontest@gmail.com. I'm really flexible on new ideas, so feel free to send me your concepts, and we want you to be a part of the show. It's great. So ragingcontest@gmail.com. Don't forget to check out our website, ragingbullets.com, with regular updates on DC release dates, show news, all kinds of bullet points reviews and things like that. Our Contra Center is going to start going up this week at some point, and just a whole bunch of stuff going on the website. If you have any emails for the show, because we have an email segment on this episode, send them to ragingbullets@gmail.com. We love getting your thoughts and commentary, so we love having you part of the show, and feel free to stop by and join our very active and exciting forum community. We got just some wonderful people in there. We always have some lively discussions. It's just a great place to be. It's something I look forward to visiting every week. Jim, what kind of a podcast are we? Because we are going into an awful lot of stuff this episode.
Well, we are a spoiler podcast. We will go in depth in the plot lines, story twists, and whatnot of the comics we're reviewing. So if we're going over something you haven't read, you may want to come back later so you can better enjoy the show.
Let's jump right into Seven Soldiers and wrap this baby up.
Calling a donut.
Jim, our next review is going to be Seven Soldiers of Victory, Volume 2, Part 2. The writer is Grant Morrison. The artists on this particular trade paperback were Simone Bianchi, Cameron Stewart, Ryan Sook, Fraser Irving. The inker was Mick Gray. Colors by Fraser Irving, Dave Stewart, Moose Ballman, Nathan Earing. Letters are by Pat Brousseau, Rob Lay, Nick J. Napolitano. The senior editor original series was Peter Tomasi. Associate editor original series was Michael Siglain. The assistant editor of the original series was Harvey Richards. And the editor of the collected edition was Anton Kawasaki. Jim, we're going to kick right off with Shining Knight number 4. This is an important issue because it connects a lot to what's going on in the series and kind of reveals a lot of how these stories are starting to interlock. So it was really another one of those pivotal issues. The Sheeta Queen and Spider are looking on while Galahad faces off with Justin. Justin pleads with Galahad to remember him. She is an expert in breaking down an opponent. As Justin fends off Galahad, she taunts how strong and vigorous their age was, and even then they fell.
I tell you, normally I'm a big proponent. I hate when the villains don't immediately kill the hero when they have a chance. But for this one, I loved it. It just so perfectly fit in with the Sheeta, with the gladiator fights, when they're squaring off. I had the dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun kind of going through my head. I could just see, and it was just a nice layout. It was just add on to just the complete corruption of, Galahad. Because this is Galahad. This is someone beyond the other knights, and it was like completely corrupt of him, and he's willing to do this, and he was getting pleasure out of the fact that he's going to hurt and kill Justin. It was just like, oh, this is cool.
But even again, taking what you said before one step further justification for not killing Justin.
Exactly.
Why kill if you can corrupt Galahad? Why not? And that's where this goes. With the idea I'm going to break this person down. And, make this person a slave because they're better, more useful as a slave than they are to me dead. Because then they're cannon fodder. If they die, so what? But when they're alive, they're going to take out a whole lot of the enemies, and it's all about the harrowing.
Yeah. The thing I liked is how when they start talking about how back in Galahad's days, back in the Arthurian days, people were more righteous, they were more virtuous, and they fell. So looking at the current society, just how corrupt we are right now, we're going to be, it's going to be nothing. And for me, that was a way of, saying, why didn't, because I always had the question going through my head up at this point, why isn't the Sheeta worried about the Trinity? Why aren't they worried about the JSA, the JLA, the Green Lantern Corps, all these massive mega power superheroes? Well, that's our answer right there. Yes, we have these great heroes now, but society as a whole is more corrupt, more easily manipulated, and there's more of an opening for the Sheeta to come in. So, yeah, we may have these mega heroes now, but there's going to be numbers on their side. There's going to be people who will easily fall, people who will immediately sign up with the Sheeta saying, hey, I'm with you guys. I'm your guy. I'm your go-to guy, We have these villains. We have just regular citizens who are a little bit corrupt. All these people are going to start thinking and playing, so it just was a complete opening for me, and I love that.
Well, Camelot was the ideal.
Yeah.
In all of the literature and all the storytelling of Camelot, the various versions of Arthur that have been told over time, whatever era they set them in, and I've read different versions of the Camelot story set in very different eras. But, we talked about JFK and his wife. That JFK and his wife were, that was supposed to be Camelot. That was another coming of Camelot. Because people are looking and hoping for that ideal. And that's her making that commentary about how they broke down the ideal was perfect. I loved that. There's something wrong with me, dude. When I was reading this Vincenzo part, that ABC song, Shoot That Poison Arrow, kept going through my head. And I admit there's something wrong with me. Because he went in the cauldron, the poison arrow gets pulled out of him, and the dude's, okay now. Like I said, there's something wrong. I totally admit, openly. The important thing is that I admit it first, so that way it takes away the sting when everyone agrees.
I'm not even going to,
what do you say?
Yeah, there's nothing to comment on, so I'm just going to move right on, and hopefully we'll forget you said that. But
because I'm going to play it along with this segment.
With Vincenzo is in the cauldron, and something that kind of really got me thinking here is it's not just a fountain of youth type healing thing, but could it also be a corrupting agent? Maybe that's why, because we later learn...
The cauldron?
Yeah, maybe the cauldron has like a corruption to it as well. Maybe it's
For what?
Well, because you think about it with... I don't know, because Vincenzo was one of...
We saw what happened to him in Guardian in the Guardian issue. They explained the terrible time Taylor did that to him.
Okay, oh yeah. Oh, okay.
So it wasn't the cauldron.
Okay.
Because remember, Justin and the horse Vanguard actually were by the cauldron as well. So, I mean, they would have been... No, so the cauldron wasn't... No, okay. I'm glad you brought that up, because that is where the series gets very intricate. I'm glad you mentioned that, though, because that's where the series gets very intricate, is we don't know at this point of reading Vincenzo's whole story. We actually find Vincenzo's... Why am I getting so tongue-tied over Vincenzo? Like, I've never heard the name before. Vincenzo's whole story plays out in that Guardian issue, where they kind of lay out who the Newsboy Army was and what happened to that team. Again, another corruption of an ideal, because they were children. And we'll get to that when we talk about Guardian, but I'm glad you brought that up, because that is one of the points with that. Now for the big reveal. Galahad threatens to make Justin a eunuch, but this taunt alerts the Sheeta Queen to the twist. Justin isn't a man, but a woman. And the Sheeta Queen stops at this new discovery. Melmoth, who is appearing in Clarion, it turns out is her husband. And now she knows that he's alive, which adds a whole little twist for her. So she orders Justin Broken, again, like you're talking before, into slavery, until Justin loves her like all the world will. This is going to be good. We see Justin pick up the dual swords. As we flash to Vincenzo again, he realizes the reality of all this. Not a rival mob, but the end of days, and they can decide to hide or make peace and go down fighting. He chooses to make peace and then go down fighting. And you see here, to me, that is the part, and Vanguard notices it later, and it is something we'll discuss. It's in the Zatanna issue. And that's how nice how this story just keeps playing out. Mm-hmm. Vanguard notices later, this is where we do start to see the hero that once was, that kid Scarface, come through again a little bit here.
And here's the thing I noticed. This was a couple readings, but it's that whole, you come to peace with the terms, you got to move on. It's that whole, you come to peace with what's going on and you fight on. We saw that same kind of look in Justin's face when she was facing Galahad, and she had to come to the terms with, okay, this is it. I got to do what I got to do, and there's no saving Galahad. You had that same look on Vincenzo's face. Okay, it's time to do our deed. And I was just like, I noticed between the two very different heroes, very different characters, they have that same kind of click, that same type of flow. And I was just like, oh, that is cool.
There's no escaping what you have to do.
And I also liked how... when Vincenzo goes on the offensive, he's like, "This is for Mo Kali." The guy from the very first story who got corrupted by Sheeta and gets gunned down because of it. It's a nice little, once again, going back to the full story, bringing it all around, and
the battle sequence is gorgeously drawn too.
Yeah.
This whole thing was very beautiful. The Sheeta mounts are robots, and the best of Vincenzo's men fall from this force. It's just overwhelmingly powerful. You know what? I would make the same last request he did too. If I'm going in, and that's one thing. We joke about on the show, that we're human, and we have our own faults, and when would we man up, and when wouldn't we, in those moments, and you don't know until you're in those situations. But when I saw him there, I'm like, you know what, if I got to that point where I'm accepting my fate, you better darn well believe if I have the opportunity to go and do something really cool like that and go out that way, riding a flying horse, you better darn well believe I'm doing it. And I have no doubt of that. That would be enough to get me to say, you know what, you got me like a fish on a hook. We're talking about getting a picture in the Batmobile.
Yeah.
That's something we want to do. Those are those kind of moments where I'm like, you know what, if I could drive the Batmobile into battle, I'd probably go against pretty much anybody.
There, like in a lot of different movies, there have just been these cool hoorah death moments. I'm thinking like Braveheart. When he's sitting there getting they can take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom. And you get the whole audience, just hoorahing with it.
I don't want to die like him, though.
Well, I don't want to die like him either, but
I want to die. I really do want to die on a winged horse.
It's that whole going that rage into battle, and it was just, I tell you, I was just like, I ate this up because it was, some of my favorite genres are, of course, the mafia type movies, the sci-fi kind of movie, the mystic, the fantasy movies. So here we're getting all of these
like
combined into one.
Like our comics, we enjoy a good epic story.
Yeah, and we're getting this all combined into one. And I was just sitting there going, "Yeah, go get him, man!" This is, reading it, you knew you knew he was gonna die. You knew there's no way he's coming out of this alive, but he was going out with style. He was going out with honor. He was going out in battle. And it was just yes, all right, this is cool.
Justin begs Galahad to remember who he is, but he's too far gone. Justin has no choice, chops his head off at the jawline. I love this line right here. Red am I in battle. Red the ravens that follow at my heels. Gloriana, I am your death. And just really just a cool battle cry. From Justin, and it was funny. We were talking last episode about whether or not, this is something I want to see this character again.
Yes,
I really, really. This was the issue that it's funny rereading this again and talking about this in my notes. I was like, no, I got no question. I'm not necessarily saying. It's funny when we talk about Uncle Sam. We talk about this too. I'll be fine if it's another mini, whatever it is. Because it contains storyline, works great too. Whatever. But I do want to see more of this, because it's cool.
Yeah, Justin is just... she and Guardian, for me, were the two characters that I really wanted to see more out of this. She's got this style to her. And before I found out she was female, I was digging the story. I'm like, yeah, this is pretty cool. I like the Arthurian, the Night Lost. And I was thinking you could do some cool stuff. Then once I saw a female, I was like, oh, man, why didn't I was kicking myself. Why didn't I see that? I should have. Right. But then I was just like, oh. Okay, now I'm really digging this because, going forward, would she still pretend to be a man, or would she embrace the fact that she's a woman? What would we see out of her? Would, she be the female knight, or would she remain the shining knight and have people think she's a guy? It's that whole
we see that duality.
Yeah.
Because, when we see the flashbacks to Camelot, might as well talk about that. Galahad is preparing to rejoin the hopeless battle. Tristan the Fair has fallen, and we see Justin assisting him. Justin was proposing, was posing as a school, but not proposing. Justin would like to be proposing, but Justin was posing as a schoolboy and training in secret. I do like that in this age of honor and virtue, Justin's enthusiasm would be inspiring to Galahad. I liked the exchange. How that was something for Galahad. This is who he is at the core, and we see that Justin, being invigorated in that method would be something that would, get him into a hoorah moment.
Yeah.
He knights Justin, Sir Justin, the shining knight, kind of a beacon of hope in dark times. And I really liked that metaphor for this character and where the shining knight name came from. And that we kind of only see it at the end in the flashback to, his original, point where he first became a knight, or she became a knight. As we see Galahad go into this hopeless battle during the harrowing, we learn that Justin loved him. And, Vanguard and she fly into battle, during the end of an era, the fall of Camelot. The mini drew to a close as Justin's pursuing Gloriana after killing the man that she loved. And it was just kind of like a tragic love story, of a love that she never got to reveal.
That really got to me. Even that final swerve. I was thinking, okay, we had all the swerves done. Justin's really oh my God, Justin was in love with Galahad, and she had to kill him. Oh, right. And it made even more sense why she was pleading to him to say, no, remember who I am. Fight it. You can fight it. You're Galahad. You can do this. And it was just, I tell you, man, it just tore me up. I was like, oh God, I feel so bad. I really felt bad for her, just, what she had to go through and what she had to do. But when the time came, she knuckled up, did her duty, because she is a knight of Camelot. And I was just eating that up. That is just that for me was a hoorah moment.
What's she going to do with the head?
Well, she's probably going to be
flip it over, candy dish.
Candy dish. Maybe stuffing Mount Galahad, in a action pose. Have him up in the corner. Well, Ragdoll did that in Secret Six with So why not? Yeah, I can see Justin doing that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, Knight of Camelot desecrates corpse. Yeah, that fits.
Let's talk about Zatanna number 3. Seems we totally ruined that moment. Zatanna's second arc begins. It's loosely a second arc, but I did like the way very similar to the Guardian story, and I do like that the stories had their own kind of, each of the minis had their own kind of storytelling to them, but Zatanna has this one where it begins at a graveyard. Ali Kazum is on the bus to the next life, and I'm guessing that, unfinished business holding him to Earth, we're going to see in a moment. The Tempter is trying to work his magic on Misty. What would you tempt someone with? Why, everyone's rational, insane desire, Hawkman's phone number. I mean, think about that. You see that? The Tempter was dangling it out like a carrot. Well, I mean, if you're going to go, you throw out your big card right away.
And I'm not even, I had it in my notes. I'm like, oh, Sean must have been giggling when he read this. And I'm like, oh, man. And I'm like, oh, God, this is going to be painful. Why did they do this to me? I was like, oh, man, this is not going to be good. Just because I can imagine you did even less than what I thought you would do. I was expecting more. And
we did, what, like 8 hours of Hawkman last
week? So you got your fix there.
Yeah, I'm getting my little... This is kind of a little icing on the cake.
Oh, okay.
Of course, he wants part of her innocence in exchange. And they are here to administer the last rites of the Tempter. And it makes sense that someone in Zatanna's line of power would get rid of spirits and magical evildoers. That this would be kind of her thing that she does. I'm liking Zatanna's magic lessons, such as the fourth rule, preparation. And it would make sense that in a field that involves tricks and illusion, you would always need to have a backup plan for any situation. That card under the sleeve type of thing. I like her lesson on getting to know a foe. The Tempter is afraid of being outdated, being past his prime. There's kind of a... he's full of himself, really, and, anything that you could do to break that down gives you an edge, and I really liked that. Misty makes the reality comment. You go from town to town, doing this for no reward. Think about it. No one knows what she did here. Mm-hmm. She's not getting any press for this. Not even a thank you. Because who?
No one knew. It's not something like, oh, thank you, you saved us. Dun, ta-da. No.
So I did like that real comment from the rookie, apprentice, who's kind of like, why are you even doing this? It doesn't make sense to me. She's a performer for a living. The rest she does because her father taught her it was right. And I really liked that moment. Dad inspired me. This is what happened. Again, it's the goal, the previous hero handing it down to his daughter. She's trying to teach Misty the reality of superheroics. And in her own way, this is therapeutic. She's voicing her own problems with the things she has done. And kind of setting Misty on the right path is her own way of redemption, maybe?
Yeah, and it was weird, because my first read-through, I do have to admit, I was like, oh, God, come on, get over it, move on. Yeah, you messed up, risk of the game, knuckle up. But, because it was that, oh, I'm just a lousy spellaholic. And I was like, okay, it's getting a little old. But it was like the second and third read-through where I really started seeing it's... not only just the therapeutic stuff, but these are valuable lessons. Mm-hmm. This kid's got to know if she's going to follow in the path.
And she's not sitting in a corner. Yeah. She's doing something.
Right. So she's out there. She is actually, knuckling up, and she is facing what she, is afraid of and or doesn't,
without her magic.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, I saw that, and I started getting that, and I started liking it. This was definitely one of those read-throughs that second time I enjoyed this more. I really enjoyed the Zatanna story more, and it was one of those, when they announced the Zatanna series, I was excited about it because I'd seen some of this stuff. Plus also the stuff we saw in the Batman Detective Comics. This fits.
Justice League.
Yeah, Justice League.
The recent issues of Justice League. She's been great. Very creative in those issues.
Yeah.
The Dwayne McDuffie run where, they've had her appearances. He's doing a really good job of bringing characters in and spotlighting them in ways where you're not losing the main cast of the book as well.
Yeah, so I can see this character being the lead-in to all those other cool characters. So I'm like, okay, I'm digging this. Now I see what they're doing with her. She's
very cool.
She's an interesting character that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. It's these issues that, make her want to build a foundation for Misty so she can do some good without regret. She doesn't want Misty to have to ever face what she has, and I like that. There's, mid-discussion, they almost hit Ali Kazum's ghost. And they talk about, where does legs go? Didn't he have legs? This is some nice build up to the next issue of Guardian. He wants to burn the cabinet for an energy release, and it turns out years ago they used it to trap a boy who they decided did something wrong, and there's that regret theme again. You talked before about how we see it with Vincenzo. There's a connection with the Shining Knight, and we're seeing another soldier now connecting with Zatanna. So it's funny how the Newsboy Army, who is also 7, is in many ways connecting with different members of the group. And, we'll see later then Ed Starsguard, the baby, connecting with the Guardians. So it's, it's all cyclical. It's all coming back around. It's very, very cool. He was a superhero once as well, and he takes some interest in the jar that trapped Zatanna's demon. Interesting that his supergroup, like I said, was composed of 7. Did they fall apart by design as well? And we'll see that. The Fairy Queen they met and the Time Tailor stopping that potential group of 7 soldiers. I think he is here to help her from falling down the same path he did, to help her rise past her regret, and to be the hero that she is. That's what heroes do. They fight on in spite of it all. And I liked this kind of message that it's not always about winning. It's not always about being perfect. It's about having the courage to keep getting up and going another round, no matter what life throws at you. He talks about the magic holding them all together. He was put with her on purpose, and I like the destiny concept. I love the humor in this. We were doing fine on our Thelma and Louise meets Bewitched style adventures until you hijacked the agenda. Great lines, just really cool dialogue. The bits where he talks about childhood wonder and innocence lost. Once again, an important theme we get from comics. Kid Scarface, found the cauldron of old and forgot his friends as he grew up. And I think it's something we all fight as jobs and life. And, we just get busy and you can't, there's things you can't help. But we try to find ways to hold on to those people we value, sometimes when it's really hard. Because you can go, years without seeing people a lot of times. And, sometimes you only connect through cards or things like that. But it really is that constant striving to make sure that you don't lose touch and don't lose contact. And you regret it if you do. And you see that here with this group of people where the Newsboy Army, who was once very close, has fallen out of touch, has fallen out of contact, yet Ali Kazum's trying to, on some level, reconnect. I love that theme. It's very cool.
Bring the band back together, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be there for his friend at his moment. And that's something I think, no matter how much time passes, if you're true friends, you hit those moments where there's intense need, where there's certain people, no matter how much time has passed, you can rely on for that. And that, if you've got those people, it's just cool as can be. I love this. I mean, it's just, my head went into all different directions with this, and that's what I really like about 7 Soldiers and why I really wanted to do this series. Every time I've read it, my head's gone in very different places with it. My own personal tangents on things I was thinking about and directions it took me in. I'm not even saying that all of them are intentional. I think a good story makes you connect and think in ways that not everybody has to. And that's a sign of a well-crafted, good story. And that's what I like about this. We see the aftermath of the Sheeta and the Mob War. Interesting debate. Zatanna comes from a world of kid sidekicks. In many ways, her father brought her into all this. And now she's questioning this harsher world and what it could do to Misty emotionally. It is an interesting point from, heroes who come from the Silver and early Bronze Age where things were a little gentler.
Well, think about with Batman and Robin, the age-old question of, is he right for bringing in a kid into Gotham, into the dark world that is going on? When Dick first put on the mask, villains were a little bit different. Nowadays, Tim's facing a whole different crop, a whole different possibility. We've already seen 2 Robins get killed. Both didn't stick, fortunately, but we've still seen that happen, and we've seen how many heroes are dying now. So this is, especially going up, you're pulling into this massive, nasty battle, and you're like, I got this little kid with me. Granted, she's powerhouse, but it's still a kid. Do I want to do that? And we're getting that question. There is that. It's the nature of a hero. Would a true hero, hero, put a child at risk,
yes,
even if it's a child who could fight?
Because here's the issue. If she dumps Misty, Misty's going to do this anyway.
Right.
she has an opportunity now to take Misty under her wing, protect Misty, train Misty properly, and give Misty an opportunity to survive in this world we're talking about, and not to make some of the mistakes she has, not go through some of the hardships that she has. I do like stories. It's funny. I like stories where we see the conflict between Batman and Robin, where the mission's particularly dangerous, and he'll shelve Robin for it. And oftentimes Robin will defy that, but it shows that just that question still enters his head, where this is too tough for you. I don't think we see it as much today because Robin's aged a little more now. Tim Wayne has aged more now to the point where they really are true partners, and they had to go through a lot to get to that point. And I do think that's an interesting story progression in Batman right now with those characters. So I like that. Misty feels sorry for the sheet amount and talks about how it traveled between the dawn of time and the end of time and back. And I was taking this to be more of a pet whose master misused it, in the way that she's looking at it. She's seeing them in a very different way than we are. And I wonder if there are others, maybe kind of think, is Misty the only one who has these feelings from, her people or, whatever's going on there? That made me, kind of head off in that direction. She knows these creatures, which adds to her mystery, her awareness.
Yeah, that was something I was like, what? Huh? And that was the first time I looked at her differently than, up to this point, I looked at her as, I was at first thinking maybe she was not really there, just a figment of Zatanna's imagination. Okay, then, yeah, she's really there. She's just some young mystic. And it was just, I was going through multiple different stages. It was at that point in time, I was like, there's something more to her other than just an apprentice, other than just a sidekick. There's a whole nother story there, and I really liked how they brought that into the play.
This is a very twisted Snow White story.
Yeah. Oh, big time.
Very twisted Snow White story. Allie calls Vanguard horse feathers as well, showing a connection with, Kid Scarface. And I liked that. I was like, wait, why is he calling them horse feathers? And we've heard, this kind of connection with him before. Misty runs to the horse's aid, and I wonder if it's part due to what happened to the Sheeta mount. That's all of a sudden she sees another pet, to be victimized by them. And they stop at her command due to the die? I don't know. Again, that ties back to Clarion on some level, where we see the die playing such a prominent role there. They obey her, and we see why later. Ali Kazam knows this is huge, and I do like that Zatanna's concern for Misty in this larger-than-life situation, the concern is clouding her to the truth about Misty. She's so worried about protecting her that she hasn't put the pieces all together yet.
Yeah, she's not looking at the big picture. She's concentrating on this kid. She's concentrating on, she doesn't want to mess up again, but it's more than just, I don't want to mess up again. She's like, I have to protect an innocent. And it's that, yes, no, right, wrong, that blinders on of a hero. There's an innocent running into danger, and she even tries to remind her, remember the fourth rule, preparation. Don't just run into battle. But it's, oh God, if anything happens to her mother is going to kill me. It's that whole kind of, I gotta protect her. This is a kid, I have to do what's right. I have to do I have to be a hero. And it wasn't, she didn't come out and actually say the words, but you can tell it. You can feel it from, just what she was saying, how she was acting, how she looked, looks of concern and whatnot. I was like, yeah, I'm digging this.
Misty's connected with the Sheeta on some level. Vanguard wants to get back to Justin. And we kind of see an epilogue for two members of the Newsboy Legion. I do like that Vincenzo is looked at by the horse as a hero, like I said before. He died a warrior's battle and death. And the Newsboy Army is this tragic tale, as Zatanna realizes they need more to battle this Sheeta force. Allie points out that the 7 unknown men of the swamp, maybe on some level realizing Zatanna is one of the players against the Sheeta, and he takes Vincenzo on the bus, and the two of them seem to go to their end. The last stop for Vincenzo. I think he knew that this was going to be it when he got off the bus. This was going to be his chance to grab his friend. The last rule of magic, when magicians vanish with, their trick, they leave others to carry on for them. And perhaps to carry on the legacy, like, Zatara did for Zatanna. Handed that off, passing the torch. You carry on my legacy. The bits with the Tempter, dude. Scarface and Allie back together again. Allie defends his old friend, shutting him down. Drive on driver. If you hear screams, don't be tempted to stop.
Yeah.
Just great moments.
I really did like how we have a modern version of the boatsman for the River Styx as a bus. Mm-hmm. I was like, okay, yeah, that would make sense. We've seen, I was like, all right,
it even looks like a tedious ride.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, I don't know if I'd want to get on that bus.
No.
But it's who knows.
You can see why ghosts hang around.
Yeah, I can understand that. If it pulled up and I'm like, go on, I'll just hang here and haunt these, this house.
Come and get me when you get a monorail.
Yeah.
I like that Zatanna's pride keeps her from calling the JLA, or maybe a better term for this is a sense of guilt. Worried to face them after what she's done has been revealed. Also worried that they may, head her back down the path she was going to therapy for, in the sense that it would tease her back into dangling a carrot, pull her back into being the spellaholic. I just appreciated that there was an explanation as to why she didn't contact anybody. That she's still not at the place where she's comfortable with it. I'm not saying that she's even justified for feeling the way that she is. It just shows that she hasn't worked through her issues yet, which is the whole theme of this story. Misty's story, just like I said, creepy Snow White tale. Instead of the wicked fairy stepmother, it's a wicked Sheeta Queen stepmother. Nebulo is the huntsman, from the Snow White story. He couldn't kill her. He brought the queen the brain of a 31st century telepathic savant. And I was thinking, I'm like, Saturn girl? What do you do here? I was thinking Legion there. I'm like, wow. She forgot her origin over time. Now she knows she must stop Gloriana from getting the cauldron and restoring herself. And did Zatanna use her magic to call the horse? Because Misty never said the words.
Yeah, that was that was something I caught. It's like she tells Misty, repeat after me, but Misty never speaks. It's all Zatanna doing it. Right. Yeah, and I tell you, the artwork when they first see the huntsman, that we are in serious trouble look on their face was just absolutely priceless. Yeah. I was just like, oh, this is gonna be interesting. What's gonna happen now? And then, bam, we find out who she is. I'm like, oh, wow, that's cool.
And I'm so glad that we saw Morrison interconnecting these stories, because it was neat to see the horse as a connecting theme between multiple books, and Ali Kazum and Vincenzo, and just all these characters kind of connecting either through thematics or through just little tidbits in there. We see the helmet from the Guardian pop up in various places, and just little tiny things like that. It really, to me, added a sense of scale and scope to this. I said this, I'm a broken record with this. I completed the Fourth World omnibuses. I've read all 4 of them. I can't recommend this. If you liked Seven Soldiers, you should read that. Mm-hmm. Because Kirby was doing stuff like this. It's different because it was a different era, but he was already crafting stories like this where you saw the dark side, a connecting thread that was going on through his Fourth World books. And unfortunately, he didn't get the opportunity to finish it the way he would have liked to. But it is really an incredible sense of seeing a master creative genius doing something like this in his era, seeing Morrison do it and actually being able to take it to the level that Kirby wanted to. I'm not saying this is the same story, but it's taking that same theme and that same way of handling things and really being able to just go edgy with it and have some fun with it. It's really interesting to read those books and enjoy that. So if you haven't read the Fourth World Omnibuses, once again, I know I'm a broken record with it, but it's brilliant work. Guardian number 4. I loved how this cover read like a major headline about the Guardian quitting, and what we really want to know, the story of the Newsboy Army. I like the pulpy adventure feel of this. That's the type of story that get Kitty over, because I like the old serials and things like that. They are building a flying craft that Ed helped design. Cap does the Indiana Jones style runaway with the engine and the natives chasing him. What a great nod to that. And, the dog running ahead of him. I love the teamwork of Ollie distracting them and Chop Sue's getting the engine going. Is Ed in love with Chop Sue's? Wow, engines love her too. A crush that can never be because of his being stuck as a baby. I don't know if you read it that way, if I was reading too much into it.
I think
They narrowly escape, and I adored the bit when they scooped up the dog. It reminded me again, like those movies.
It was, I hit the dun 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 going through my head. I was just like, okay, Indiana Jones spoof, kind of cool. All right, it's with the campy, and I don't mean campy in a bad way, nature of the story, it fit. This was a nice way of having it in there, and it definitely fit. It was taking place in a different time. It didn't take place in the innocence,
and it is a story of innocence lost, because we needed to see them at their most innocent, to see them in that kind of, like you said, that kind of campy, fun. The hero's going to be safe era. They're just going to win, and everybody laughs and smiles. And there's something about that. It's charming.
Yeah,
it's inspiring. So it isn't like I'm with you. It's not meant in a negative way. It's meant in it's charming, it's fun, and all that stuff, which makes it all the worse when it turns on them. Because by the time it does, and this was a really well crafted issue, because you really care about them by the time it does turn on them.
And I gotta say, my first time through, as we said, I read all these things all in order, each trade, and when I first read this through, Guardian was the first title I picked up when I read these. So my first time through, I was like, what? And I really, this was an issue that it needed to be read in the story arc time frame. It really fit in, once I knew everything that's going on, once it's fit into place back where it is, I was like, okay, this is a beautiful issue. First time I read through, there was a lot of like, kind of campy, what? Kind of stuff where I was having that when I just read it story arc, trade form, series format, not story arc format. So this was something that really
release format.
Yeah, release format. Yeah. Release format. I don't know how we're at.
Yeah, there was two ways you could read
what I mean.
You could read them in release order, which is the way that they're in the trades. Or you could release them in a mini-series order, which Morrison crafted them to be complete stories in the minis. And he says that, especially in the opening of Volume 1. One of the reasons why we did this, and one of the reasons why you read it that way the first time, I couldn't go back and unread and pretend I, read the minis without, because I knew already from reading it in release order how they connected. You had the opportunity to read it, though, fresh, just reading the minis.
Yeah, so
and I was curious to see how do these hold up?
This is definitely this right here. This issue is one of the big issues that when I read it when I read it in series order, I didn't enjoy it as much as in the story arc flow. Especially, I reread everything before we did before we did the episode. So I once again reread it, but I reread it in story arc format, in the trade flow, and this is much better in the trade flow, especially this issue. The way this wraps up, I was like, oh, okay, this is good.
It's funny that you own it now, because when we talked about this way back when we did episode 50, I remember, especially on the air and off the air, you were glad that you read it, but you were kind of like, I don't need to own it.
Yeah. And I'm glad I do own it now, and I'll be picking up number 3 through in-stock trades with the great discount we're getting there. So I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, it fits. It's a cool read-through, but it's definitely more enjoyable this way. It's definitely the trade format. If you haven't read either way and you're debating, I highly, highly recommend read it in the story arc format. Read it through the trades. It's a great read.
So you're glad you own it now?
I'm glad I own it now, because this is, before I would never even thought of rereading this thing. Now I'm like, okay, I can see myself rereading this again.
So see, that cements to me. I was curious about that, because I know Morrison always said that you could read them in mini order, but not having that experience, I thought this would be interesting to really have that discussion with you, having read it that way. And you really did not care about owning it after reading it, because when we recorded 50, you had only read it in mini order. It's really, I'm glad we did this. I find it intriguing to talk with you about that, because I guess I was more under the impression, why wouldn't they read that way? But you kind of sealed it for me. Ed's kind of like the Wizard of Oz. He needs the illusion to be taken seriously and with dignity. It is how he would be if he was aged normally, this whole little image that's up there. Jake is only here because he needs to get through to him, and I do like how Ed sees things realistically. If he wasn't how he was in this position, he would have led a normal life, had kids and a family and all that stuff, but he couldn't save the world, and he needs to be in this place for the 7 to stop the Sheeta. I liked that.
Yeah, I really did like that elements, but there were elements that annoyed that it's nitpicky stuff that annoyed me then, and they still kind of get me today. It's nothing that takes away from my enjoyment of the story, but the fact that, he's this giant baby, his body never aged, but what's up with drinking out of the bottle, with the giant baby bottle? Come on, you're old enough. Your mind has developed enough that you know how to actually drink out of a cup, use silverware. It's part of the thing with a baby. They can't, because they don't have the physical coordination. They don't have the time. They don't have the patience or understanding of how to eat like how we eat. Well, this dude, yes, he is a giant baby, but he's still got the mind of a man. He should be able to eat normally, and he shouldn't have to wear a diaper. He should know when he's done percolating, so he can go, okay, I got to go over to the bathroom. Now I'm done percolating. It's time for me to release. So those are two little things that I was like, why did they have to have this? Especially the first time through, as I said, I didn't see the whole story arc. I didn't see the whole picture, so I was really like, oh God, this is painful. It's so I have a better understanding and appreciation for it now, but I don't know, I would rather not have seen him suck out of a giant baby bottle or wear diapers.
But you're okay with Robin wearing a red outfit with yellow?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And don't you think he'd hit an age where he's adult enough that he can just wear black?
And we've seen the costume change. We've seen him go more towards the red and black out of honoring of his friend Connor, but he still has the yellow inside the cape, but he's got the black on the outside. So we've seen him evolve. We've seen him grow older.
But again, he's still got the yellow.
But
what
that's
possible
the classic
functional purpose does the yellow have?
Because
I'm not knocking it. I love the outfit.
Traditional. It's the classic. It's the non-traditional, but it's the functionality of it.
What is the functionality of the yellow?
No, he has the black on the outside for the functionality, but he's got the yellow on the inside for the clasp to the knot.
A baby bottle is functional.
But come on, dude. I mean, I know. Yeah.
Okay, Robin holds on to his yellow, which, in all honesty, if you're running through the night, he's holding on to his yellow out of an homage to the history of Robin. The baby here, maybe he's holding on to his childlike innocence that was lost. They all have that regret, which is the whole theme of the Newsboy Army. Regret. They all have it. Ali Kazum has it. Why does he still wear his top hat? He's this homeless guy who's, decrepit and all that stuff.
Well, top hat's for his, that's his magic.
His magic's not in his top hat.
Come on, all cool magicians have the neat little top hat. So he had to have his. I understood that. But I can understand what you're saying. And, and as I said, it's not something that made me really hate the thing. It was something I was like,
dude, I'm just kidding you. It's corny.
I'm like, yeah. Well,
I was playing devil's advocate.
The funny thing is,
it was funny. It was funny though. I was laughing. I knew when you were saying, "There's this thing that still bothers me to this day, and no matter what, I'm gonna say it because it's this damn diaper." I can understand. It's funny as you're talking. Like I can understand. It still annoyed me, but I didn't bug me. I can totally see why. I'm like, it's corny. Okay. It's corny. I'm poking at you. It is. I actually really like the character. So, it's the whole point of the big brain trapped in the baby body and how, he's hopelessly stuck. Sometimes, though, it goes into the whole theme that, why do people who are infinitely more dorky than they need to be, why don't they change their look?
I've also wondered why you don't change your look. But you're comfortable with it, so I'm not going to push the issue. Let Sean be Sean.
Yeah. Who's married?
Who's not? Wait.
My wife's a babe.
Who's single by choice, though?
Huh?
I'm single by choice.
There you go.
If you idiots know so much about women, why are you sitting in front of a Circle K at night? By choice. They're on a little movie line there.
Yeah, there was a little movie line.
Yeah.
Captain Obvious.
You never know. There's someone going, why the hell is Jim saying that? Why is Sean laughing?
I don't know.
So there's a movie reference.
There is a movie reference, yes. I'm sure, believe me, with our listeners, they catch everything.
Yeah.
They get everything we miss and all that stuff, which is great. Their clubhouse was funded by millions, and you hear all the time of animals inheriting fortunes, people leaving things to their cats and things like that. So they use this to fund, themselves, their whole group. It's kind of a bizarre Richie Rich, except that the dog had the money. This may be wrecking his life, but Ed wants to tell him of their story in hopes of inspiring Jake. Like, dude, you got to do this. There's something more going on here, something beyond you and your problems. And I do like the concept of classic innocence trying to make a better world, but that even the Sheeta could corrupt them. It's, again, the Camelot theme. It happened with them, happened with the Newsboy Army, and it paints a bleak picture and actually once again shows why none of the groups of 7 could be successful. The Sheeta can get to them because once they see the groups of 7, they eventually target them and take them out. No matter how innocent they are, no matter how strong they are, they did it from when they were adults. Taking Camelot, who were knights, who were trained. They took them down with no problem at all. Now they come back around and they're doing the same thing with, the young kids team, the Newsboy Army, taking away childlike innocence, which is supposed to be, the kind of thing that we all strive to hold. We as fans, comic fans, strive to hold on to this because it's really the pleasure and the joy we get from this hobby is it gives us back some of that and we get hope from that. So it's interesting. Remember, as kids growing up, you hoped your childhood best friends would always be your best friends. And I've been pretty darn lucky there, and I know you have too. But definitely some relationships have moved on or changed since my youngest days. There's kids that I grew up with in my neighborhood who I don't see anymore. I'm talking about neighborhood kids before I even knew you. That things change over time, and unfortunately those things happen. Ed never wrote of their adventures because of how bad it all went. It's like bitter and heartfelt, but yet he holds on. See, and I actually, all joking aside, I did take some of his, like, why would you sit around in a diaper still? Why wouldn't you craft something more tech? Even if, he can't control his bowels or something like that because he's a perpetual baby. I'm with you. Why wouldn't he create something more technologically sound for that? I think he's holding on to the last remnants of that past because you can't let it go. Yeah. I don't know. That's kind of where my head goes with it, and I didn't start really thinking that way until you brought it up, and I'm kind of like, okay, well, this is maybe why. Jake isn't convinced he should stay, but Ed warns of old enemies that could be returning, and this leads to the meeting of the Sheeta. I am a sucker for any Wildcat reference. Mulcahy getting beaten by Wildcat, and Elmar, Jake's girlfriend's father, gave him the tip that he's being accused of murdering the police, and I liked that kind of reference back to him again. His best friend was a police horse, and this reminds me of Superman's friend Bibbo. Did you read any of the issues of Superman when there was that Bibbo? We read The Return of Superman, right? Remember Bibbo, the rally? This guy, this Mulcahy, reminded me on a surface level of Bibbo. He's that kind of character. Kali is killing, but because a Sheeta is controlling him. And this was the beginning of a dark turn for the team. This is the first element of the Sheeta causing the innocents to be lost. Because this is where the kid's really strong armor starts to develop a chink.
Yeah, it's the beginning of, probably this is their first death dealing with.
Failure. First failure. First death.
There's a lot of just, introduction of negativity, and it's funny, this is one of those things that I was groaning about first time reading through. What? He wouldn't do that. His best friend's a horse. I'm like, oh God, come on. What? I was reading this. I'm like, oh man, more of the Silver Age stuff that annoys me. And I was just like, oh, kind of like that.
This was their first exposure to, you see Hollywood there. She was talking him down. She was winning. She was succeeding. She could have ended this all peacefully. Of course, there's the fact that he killed people already, so that becomes a huge problem at this point. But then he's gunned down. Mm-hmm. So this was the first time that she actually experienced, oh my gosh, I was winning, and
you can see the chink in her armor, which we later see her turn into a raging alcoholic.
Right,
so
she never escaped this.
She never got over, losing.
It happened in front of her.
Yeah.
At the funeral, we see that the childlike wonder is gone from these kids. They're forced to be adults. This is their growing up. And growing up isn't always such, all it's cut up to be. They don't have the happy drive anymore. There are excuses. And we see the first glimpse, though, of Vincenzo, who rallies them. That's he becomes a leader, and we see him there still trying to hold on. I think this moment here with Kid Scarface was the Vincenzo we see that went into battle with the Sheeta there. Where he gets angry and is like, no, we've got to do this. This is something we need to step up and do. They're going to split up Scooby-Doo style, but instead they stick together, and I liked those moments. They meet up with Zor, the terrible time tailor, one of the 7 unknown men from the beginning of the story, from that Zero issue. And I'm still not sure of his deal. He seems to be in league with the Sheeta Queen to take down the Newsboy army. And there's like that twist going on there. We see a quick flash to Gloriana, who is seeing the future, where all 7 will come, by roads unseen, adding to the twist that the ones prophesized to take her down might not be together in traditional terms. And I liked how the mirror's laying this out, but it's not really clicking. Jake claims to not see what this has to do with him, but I did notice something here. The more Ed talks, can you feel the strands of the web tightening? I don't do time and space, Ed. Don't do this to me. It's almost like he's protesting because he's getting hooked in. And he's starting to realize that there is something that maybe is destiny for him that is out of his control. And, he can't escape it. The tailor really messed with them. He seemed to craft the way they grew up, from how I read that. In the sense that he started to lay the tides of the path that they were all going to go on right there by crafting the outfits. Right. Like he altered and twisted their paths and threatening to kill the dog. What do you do with a kid? It's the whole Lassie mentality, a Timmy and Lassie. He threatened to kill the dog, Timmy's going to do anything. Same thing here. It's these kids, you're taking their pet, one of their 7, but the one that's their man's best friend, and who wouldn't try to do something to save their dog. Now, was that Cap they knocked into the box all those years ago for being the child murderer?
Yeah, I kind of took
because he didn't have the cap on at the time. But then when you see child molester murderer, I'm like, and we never see him again.
Yeah, and I took it that was probably one of the beginning of, if not the final nail, because that was Scarface who did the killing. Yeah, because that was like his first kill.
Yeah, Allie does comment on the fact that we made that decision about a boy who we decided did something wrong. So this would fit this whole moment. That would be Cap, right?
Right. And I kind of took it I was thinking maybe Cap did something to, what's her name? One of the other...
either Chop Sue's or Hollywood?
Yeah, I was thinking Chop Sue. I was thinking maybe Hollywood, but then I was thinking, okay, Hollywood fell because of the stuff that happened to Mo Kali. Now, did you take it that Little Hollywood became Gimmick from issue 0, or are they just similar story arcs?
I was thinking that too, but I wasn't sure.
Because I was thinking that was Gimmick, and it's the beginning of her. We see her as the raging alcoholic. We see her having the nightmares that she, even in issue 0, the nightmares. And I was thinking, okay, it's probably these were her nightmares she was having back then.
And that would fit because she would be the only one that we didn't see, and why would we not see her?
Right.
Because Morrison went out of his way for the remaining members that were alive. We even see Cap.
Yeah.
Sort of. We see a Cap barbecue.
Yeah. Poor fella.
Yeah. I love how the ever-intelligent Ed sees the bigger picture again. As the Sheeta come to harvest, he knows that Jake is one of the 7. None know each other. They are almost sleeper agents. And this was really cool to me. Because this is where it really... this issue was pivotal for me, where it started to click. Like, wow, this is really neat. Elmar, Carla's dad, saw this in him as well. And it's interesting that Ed is willing to sacrifice himself, but Jake, being a hero, won't let that stand. It's the difference between that little train ride where that woman died was that Jake didn't leave her to die. It was Jake was trying to save everybody that he could, and it just went wrong. He wouldn't blatantly abandon somebody to die, though, and I like that.
Yeah.
I like that about him. That's what makes him a hero. It's that you try. And that you keep trying in spite of whatever the situation is, no matter how relentless it seems. And this turns into a Yoda-style story. But
yeah, and
go ahead.
I digged how he when he grabs that, he also gives Carly a call. And it's more of, even though they're broken up, it's over. This is still the woman he loves. He's not gonna, it's coming. This mega massive nasty battle is coming, so he's got to give her a call.
I liked what he said to her so much I wrote down the lines. Baby, It's not about the job or the money. It's about being in the right place at the right time to do the right thing and knowing you're going to do it even if you don't want to. Something real bad's come up and there's only me downtown, but sit tight. I'm coming to get you. Call out the newsboys. We're taking it to the streets. And I was just like, it was another one of those when, we talked about which one do we want to see as a series. We're not going to see it. Unfortunately, this is one of those books, I hate to say it, being a realist, it would be cool. It wouldn't sell.
Yeah, this was such a hoorah moment, but and to be honest, you can say probably with any of them, with the exception they're going with Zatanna, because she's already a known name. Mm-hmm. Building a new name, building a character that people don't know isn't going to sell as well.
Maybe as minis. I would love to see him as minis.
Yeah, and I would like to see different, like Shining Knight and Manhattan Guardian, or put them in another city. Put those two together, one half of the book, one half of the book, that type of stuff. Maybe have them do an interaction later on. Have them involved in a team book. Bring the character into, have them.
You know what? I'm going to take back what I'm saying here, though. I think there's certain books like Manhunter and Blue Beetle and books like that if they're good, they're going to develop a fan following, and when that fan following makes noise, we hear listeners all the time sending emails about how they're jumping on Blue Beetle, how they're jumping on Manhunter, and they're great books. They're books like this. All New Adam was a great example of a book where, it had a limited run. So what? The 25 issues, I think, for All New Adam? I don't regret a single one of those issues. I will never sell those issues. I love that book. It's just a great, great fun read. Cover to cover, it was a great read. I really, really enjoyed Ryan Choi. And I'm hoping to see him again in the DC universe. He's one of those types of characters. Blue Beetle. I don't know what kind of shelf life this character has. Maybe it'll go on and on and on. I'm hoping with being in Titans and all that stuff, it'll bump him up. Same thing with Kate. I hope she bumps up with her appearances in Birds of Prey. We're seeing a little more around the universe. Now with Blue Beetle, with having the little crossover there, maybe we'll get some new fans. They're both great books. Whatever kind of run they have, I want to be darn glad I read these runs. Kate right now is in her 30s, in her issues. 32, 33, somewhere around. I think 33 now, yeah. And, we've had her back now. It's definitely 33 because I've read 3 issues of her since she's been back. And it's one of those books that... we've already had her for 33 issues. Not a lot of books with characters, that are more unknown survive that long. And all you got to do is just cherish and hold on to the run when it's there and really have a good time with it. And, let them keep experimenting with some of these characters. So I'm going to correct myself there. You know what? I would like to see a Manhattan Guardian series. I think there is enough that if they took this character and they put a hook on the series and crafted it right, I don't know if maybe they missed the opportunity now with the amount of time that's passed since Seven Soldiers. That sometimes is a big problem too.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I'm thinking time-wise.
Yeah, so I'm maybe that would be the issue.
We would need to bring the character into another book, introduce the character to get people thinking about them. Same thing with, Shining Knight. Really cool character who I would love to see Shining Knight in Birds of Prey. Especially if she's going to be very open that she's a female knight, not continue with the hidden stuff. That would be a cool little twist into it. Or, I don't know, maybe like
I was going to say no at first, but look how well Big Barda worked.
Yeah. But think about like in the Trinity series, because we're seeing a lot of Arthurian magic. That'd be kind of cool to bring in Shining Knight into that.
Sure.
Yeah, so they could use these characters again, put them somewhere else just to get people knowing, and then maybe try something beyond that. But I don't know if it's ever going to happen.
And I'm fine if they just appear in miniseries as well. They're cool characters. Part of the fun of the DC universe is it is a big universe, and sometimes characters that don't make it in their own series are just as cool when used by writers in the right way when they make appearances. And whatever the case, I'm glad that they took the time to kind of craft and explore these characters so that way they can be maybe used later. It's kind of interesting that after this we're going to jump onto a discussion, because this wasn't by design. When we originally planned a month between Uncle Sam and Seven Soldiers when we did this. But it's actually, I'm glad that it worked out this way, because I think a lot of the discussion we're having here applies in many ways to Uncle Sam, because it really is another example of a book. I would love to see a monthly Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters.
Oh, God, yeah. Big time.
So All right, Jim, let's go ahead and start. Let's do a couple listener emails and then talk Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters. Sound good?
Groovy.
You filthy criminals.
This is a really funny email. This is from Stephen King, longtime listener and contributor through emails. And it's the first one that was here. I'm sitting here listening to episode 129 today, and I had an idea I just had to pass on. It's a bit outside your normal line, though. You can contribute just in the very existence of your podcast. Anyway, the idea is for you to pass along to Matt at comicbookdb.com. Since he mentioned that developers are now becoming involved, here is something I've seen in a few other places. Have the admins create hyperlinks to comic book artists' names. They can be inkers, writers, or whatever. Click on the hyperlink and get an official pronunciation of the name, maybe in the artist's own voice. I've got to figure that's all we need is to get every artist to listen to just one Raging Bullets podcast, and they will be chomping at the bit to support this initiative.
I think he's talking to you, Sean.
Oh, yeah.
And your mispronunciation of the names.
Wait. He's talking to both of us. I'm not even going to try and throw that on you. Definitely talking to both of us. Look at how many shows I spelled names because I knew I was going to tear it apart. Sorry, just couldn't resist tweaking you. No, it's true.
And actually, he's a cool idea.
Yeah.
I like that. That would be a neat thing.
I'll be honest with you. Before we even did the show, like Sienkiewicz, Bill Sienkiewicz. That's somebody, as a kid, I butchered the name because I didn't know it. As a kid, I would have loved to know their names. I remembered him from when I read New Mutants as a kid, seeing that artist, and his artwork was so unique at the time and so cool that I was like, all right, who is this? So I was following the name because it was a very different look from the regular Uncanny book. And did you read any of that stuff? I don't know.
Probably.
Okay. You would have remembered it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there wouldn't even be a question mark because his artwork was definitely, you would remember that you read some of this. As always, you guys do a great job, and that's from Stephen A. King. And thanks a lot for that. It was really funny. Very true. This one's from Vic. For Vin, I'm sorry. I can't even pronounce listeners' names right. That's a 3-letter name. This one's from Vin. Hi, Sean and Jim. The examination of Hawkman Special Number 1 was like attending a holy service on Thanagar, linked by satellite TV to ancient Egypt for me. I'm on my second listen now, and will definitely listen again and again. It's so much fun to explore the possible explanations while we wait for the answers, and know that they will come in the form of awe-inspiring words and pictures from the mind and hand of Jim Starlin. Jim, it's an honor to finally have you in Hawkman's... You're there!
Yeah, I'm a Hawkamaniac, brother.
I like it. I went back and reread one of the interviews with Jim Starlin that Skyhawk referenced on the show and have pasted the link below. I look forward to hearing what you and Jim think. From Newsarama, are there any changes in store, a preventative measure, or more of a cleaning house type of ordeal? This is from Starlin. Preventative or cleaning house? Not sure what preventative means. In this case, cleaning house, I'd prefer to think of it as just straightening up a bit and then heading off in a new direction. I'm not going out of my way to negate any of the past Hawkman stories. What I want to do is make the reader realize that Carter Hall is not who Hawkman or the reader thought he was when those tales took place. I know it sounds kind of confusing. Sorry, I just don't write stories that fit easily into simple answers. My bad. Newsarama. How has Sinar the Demerged changed since he was last seen in comics? How is he connected to the Nameless? Sinar's another character who mistakenly thinks he knows where he is going. I heard you read my recent emails on the 2 shows ago. Thanks a lot. It's fun to be part of the Raging Bullets podcast. And be well, Vin Ferranti and Monarch Comics. And that's monarchcomicslayer.com. So definitely, and it's myspace.com/witchhuntercomics.com. So definitely check that out. I'm sorry, Vin.
Vic.
Vin. I was tempted to hit pause and then just slice that part out, but then I'm like, it's so fitting with the discussion with Stephen King. Yeah. I'm like, I'll just leave that in because that's really funny. I can't get a 3-letter name right. It was one of those moments. This isn't, it's funny. The more I hear Starlin talk and the more it sounds like, and like I said, the Hawkman special really got me. it was the funny part. I haven't had it in my top bullets, and I've been thoroughly enjoying it. So it's funny. It goes somewhere in the upper part of my top bullets when I do them. It just hasn't been there because I've been so tentative, because it's a character, obviously, there's a very genuine, it's not a show joke. I really do like Hawkman a lot. This is a very important character to me. So when you're playing with him a little bit, I'm tentative until I see what they're doing. That's not to say that I'm angry. I'm not upset. You're going to be a little worried, but I'm still like chomping at the bit because they're doing a series. Hawkman's coming back monthly, dude. I'm so excited for that. So it is one of those things where I'm not even, and I do worry about that, I'm not doing justice the excitement that I'm feeling that I'm going to have a Hawkman monthly again. And it's going to be penned by Jim Starlin. He did Dreadstar. Did you ever read Dreadstar?
No.
That's a back issue bin one to find.
Oh, okay.
You know, and they started collecting it. I really liked it. It was Dreadstar and then Dreadstar and Company, and I don't remember which one. There was also a reprint series of it. That might have been Dreadstar and Company. I don't know. It's one of those books I liked so much I picked it up a couple of times. Because it was in an era where, in order to buy comics, I often resold comics. So I remember I had bought Dreadstar and read it. Then when they relaunched it, I had bought it again because they were doing a new series and running reprints at the same time. So I bought both. Just doesn't make any sense.
No,
but
it does.
The reason why it's relevant to this, I have a history with Jim Starlin. I've liked the work he's done on Batman. The Cult. It's a Batman story I don't reference enough on the show. I talk about how Killing Joke is probably one of my favorite Batman stories, and then of course there's The Dark Knight. The Cult is one of those that I often forget in those conversations. That was Jim Starlin who did that. You've read The Cult, haven't you?
I've read it, and I didn't realize that was Starlin.
Deacon Blackfire, that whole story.
Oh.
That was the story that made me vote to save Jason Todd's life.
Okay.
So anybody out there who's like, hey, I'd love to read a cool Jason Todd story set back in the day, it's The Cult. It was being written right around the time that the voting was going on for whether or not he was going to die. And it was a prestige format series. I know it's been collected in trades. You can probably still pick up the prestige issues somewhere. It's definitely one of those things that's should be fairly easy to find. It's Batman the Cult. It's a very cool story where this religious cult takes over Gotham. And I'm going to leave it at that and just say, if you are a Batman fan, trust me, you want to read this story because it's a story where you see Batman man up.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah,
that's
I
don't want to spoil anything, even though this is a very old story.
I want to throw out more as to why you
I don't want to spoil it. No. I don't want to spoil anything on it, just because it's one of those stories that I like that much that
today,
I don't want to ruin.
I think that story would still hold up today. So if you haven't picked up The Cult, that's definitely when people ask for recommendations all the time. Ooh, I can't recommend that. A good Starlin Batman. Ooh. So definitely pick up The Cult. It's funny how you get talking about a certain creator and you can't help but go on tangents about the work that you really liked. Sean, I just listened to episode number 128, and the name for the twins came to me so quickly. I'm surprised you didn't think of it. Carter and Shira. Thought originally to be Katar and Shira, but figured Katar would get beaten up. But then he would have his mace, Rob Schaefer. Yeah, I think a girl could get away with Shira easily. That's kind of a cool name. You could do Shy or something like that, as a kick of that. Or Shira, that's a kind of interesting name. But Carter, that's not a kid that gets beat up on the playground.
No, that's a kid that's a Mr. Carter.
Yeah.
When people walk on, yes, Mr. Carter, that's right.
Yeah, Carter's a baseball player or something like that. Yeah. He's not going to get beat up in the corner. So it is fun. It's funny though. I do think of certain things with naming of kids because kids can get that way. Where they'll pick on each other. And that's the only time that I ever have those concerns with that type of thing.
You'll never name your kid as Weepay or like that?
No. I want to give a shout out to a podcast. I'm just going to do this real quick. It's from Chris Partin. And he's doing a comic podcast called Get Image FM. And it's an all-image comics-focused blog and podcast. So he's going to be doing a regular blog that goes along with the podcast. So, similar to kind of how we have the forum and the website and all that stuff, he's doing it in a blogging format to kind of do that. And I don't think I've heard of a image-focused podcast. But, Image is doing a lot of really interesting
they're doing
books.
some cool stuff.
So, that'll be something. I'm sure there's probably some Image fans who are listeners to our show. So he said that it's going to be around October 1st, but the website for that is www.getimagefm.com. That's www.getimagefm.com, and that's Chris Partin who's doing that. So I wanted to shout that out just because he sent the email out and all that, and I'm like, it's a cool name. He's been a friend and supporter of the show, so definitely wanted to shout out his new podcast. So it's kind of a neat, another themed focused podcast on a particular interesting topic. I hate you guys.
We get so many emails that start off with that. And let me guess, she is probably picking up a comic that they weren't planning on picking up
one, dude.
Because of us.
There's probably a lot of comics. That's good. This is from James Stubbs. I love these. I am off the wagon after so many years of not buying comics. I had to originally stop due to the normal changes that come in everyone's life. I'm a librarian by trade, and even though I occasionally picked up and read the odd comic or graphic novel that came into building, nothing had really made me want to run out and start buying again. My job bought my department an iPod for use in programs, and I naturally put it to work for non-work purposes, namely my own amusement. I can't even remember how I found you guys, but I began to listen, and it was really enjoying it. Still not buying, though, but the occasional, that sounds cool, thought were suppressed. The breaking point was a copy. Oh, this is funny. The breaking point was a copy of the All-Star Superman that the library brought. Very fitting. I was completely blown away, and I've never been a big Superman fan. Now I'm buying Action, Superman, and Supergirl every month. I resisted Birds of Prey for the longest time. Then one of you said Lady Blackhawk. I used to read Blackhawk monthly back when I was a kid. It's on the pull list along with Wonder Woman, and I'm really looking forward to Secret Six. Oh, this is our guy. All right. I'm also grabbing Trinity, which I'm digging. Although I hope the anti-Trinity's plans weren't so easily discerned by the heroes. Brave and the Bold is just fun, and it's nice to see them keeping it from being Batman and a fill-in-the-blank like in the old days. And I hear that they're giving Sergeant Rock a 6-issue miniseries drawn by Billy Tucci of She fame. Sold! I used to read my dad's old copies of G.I. Combat along with Jonah Hex and Tarzan, so that's a no-brainer for me. I do hope that you guys will at least talk a little bit about it. We should. If they're doing
yeah,
we'll do that. Honestly, you can count on that because we haven't really done we've never done war comics, have we?
No, we really haven't.
And it's not a conscious decision to avoid them. I actually think it would be an interesting episode to talk about that. Maybe we'll talk some showcases and stuff along with it. So it'd be kind of fun to hit that era. And I just put in a huge order at In Stock Trades. Thanks, I think, for pointing them out to me. Now I can catch up on more stuff I've missed. Sigh, my own copy of All-Star Superman 1, both volumes of the Sinestro Corps War, the huge 1,200-page Wildstorm collection of the Tomb Raider series, and in non-DC, the Red Sonja and Claw the Unconquered graphic novel, along with Lone Ranger Volume 1, which, if you guys like Jonah Hex, you should be reading Ranger as well as the man with no name from Dynamite. Actually, we did Lone Ranger on our Friends Geeks Unite podcast.
Yes.
So that is one of those things. Yeah, we are reading it, and actually, those are good recommendations, all of those. Now for a quick rant of World of Warcraft. I can't say enough good things about seeing Walter Simonson back on a fantasy comic. The art is just stunning, and I love the colors. Not a whole lot of thinking in this one, but a whole lot of fighting, which is appropriate, and I'm certainly along for the long haul as the amnesiac hero cuts a bloody path across Azeroth. It's nice to see more non-superhero comics making a comeback after so many years away. Not that I don't love me some superheroes, but diversity is good. Well, thanks for listening to me ramble. Keep up the good work. Actually, it was nice because he jumped to a bunch of different topics, which I thought was interesting. World of Warcraft is one. Are you reading that?
No, I didn't actually pick. That's one of the ones I'm not picking.
I read the first issue, and I enjoyed it. And I'm not playing the game, because I've got City of Heroes right now, and it's funny. I've got the City of Heroes bug again because I started creating some. I've always done scrappers and tankers in City of Heroes, so I never explored any of the other archetypes, like the fact that you can create people with powers and things like that. So I'm into that now. I just haven't had time because it's the beginning of my school year. So it's literally come home, do the show, spend some time with my wife. Which it's usually if I'm playing any games, I'm playing the PlayStation. I moved it downstairs. out of the office, just because, I spend time with her down there. She'll play I got Lego Star Wars and Indiana Jones and stuff like that, so they're pick up and play, and they're kind of fun. So we'll play them together, or at least then I'm in the living room playing games, so we spend some time together when I'm not podcasting. But it's now that my work schedule is starting to get into a groove, I'll be able to get back onto City of Heroes a bit more, which I'm anxious because I've got this cool ice controller character that I don't know if I crafted it right or not, and I don't really care. I'll learn along the way and I'll respec it if I need to, to kind of tweak it. But it's nice to explore a different archetype. I'm getting killed a lot, but I'm having a good time with it. So I'm going to get back to that as well. But that's the reason why, it's kind of a long way of saying it, that's why I'm not playing World of Warcraft, because I played a trial of it, and I really enjoyed it. It's a fun game. But I'm hearing good things about the comic, and I love Walter Simonson. So that hardcover came out of it, so it might be one of those, like if I can pick up a deal like off in stock trades or something like that, I might pick up the hardcover for that. It's the only reason why I didn't pick it up, but I liked the first issue, so it was accessible enough for me. And I did play Warcraft 3, the PC game, the strategy game version of it before they created the MMO, and I really liked Warcraft 3, so I'm familiar with the world of World of Warcraft. Didn't mean to go that way, but so it was interesting. I'm glad that he mentioned the shout out of that particular book. I agree with him in the sense that I love superhero comics, but that's not all I like in comics. I've got to have other comics in my pull list besides superhero comics. That's what I love about lines like Vertigo. That's what I love about the fact that the Warlord's coming back. I read a lot of Independence and things like that. Terry Moore's work has been an interesting journey in a different direction with characters when he's done some, now he's doing more of a sci-fi thing with the character that can be considered kind of superheroish. But, Strangers in Paradise was clearly the opposite of superhero, and it was a gorgeous, wonderful series. And Star Child from James A. Owen. I mean, I could go on and on about books, and we'll go head off on a whole tangent. But that is one of those things. Do you find, Jim, that, you like to have some comics in there that are non-superhero, just to kind of have a different...
my palate cleansers.
Yeah.
And it's... You need the break. If I had to choose between a superhero comic and a non-superhero, I would reach for the superhero one first, just because for me, comics are the release, they're the escape from reality. So I don't want another comic that's just a twisting reality. I want a complete deviation from my reality if I'm going for an escape, but you can't just read the superhero. That's why I like having different types of superheroes and different types of, genres and different, I don't want everyone to be the same, but I do want some common themes. So it's,
This is from Christopher Street, and I'm going to stop with this one for now, because it was an interesting email that addresses a problem that some listeners have mentioned in the past. Because we try to craft a show that's balanced for as many people as possible. You can't make the podcast that works for everybody. It's just not a reality. So we try to create the best one that we can. Sometimes the success, sometimes not so much. But we try our best. The issue of the length of the podcast and how to address that for people maybe who are running into some issues. He found a program. It's what's up, Sean and Jim? I've been listening to your podcast for a while now, and I can't believe people still comment. Complain's a little harsh of a word, and I agree with him on that, because really they're just trying to find a happy medium for themselves. So, about the length of the shows. They must be new to the podcast. I can understand where they're coming from because I listen to my MP3 player at work and get interrupted constantly. Usually I don't have to worry about it unless it's something really important, but the scan feature on players are pathetic, and it makes it painful to rewind or fast forward. After listening to the first 10 minutes of an Alan Moore interview several times, I decided to find a program that could split audio files into parts. I tend to split them into 10-minute segments, an average interval of interruptions, so Raging Bullets requires a slide rule. The program I use is called Absolute MP3 Splitter Converter. That's Absolute MP3 Splitter Converter. And he found it at www.iaudiosoft.com/mp3splitter.html. And that's, one more time, it's www.iaudiosoft.com/mp3splitter.htm. And that's the Absolute MP3 Splitter Converter. It's free to try with limitations that don't hinder my use, and it's very easy to use. I hope this helps some listeners. Keep up the good work and make them as long as you want. I can split it until my heart's contented. Chris, not on the forums, from Houston, Texas. That's actually really nice. And yeah, I agree with him.
Cool.
I never have taken that. They're really people who obviously they like listening to the show. Otherwise, why would they write in? Why wouldn't they just abandon it? So, I mean, I do agree with them in the sense that they're not people that are like, oh, I'm complaining, I'm done, all that stuff. It's really people who are trying to find their own happy medium for it. So I'm always, that's why I've said, please email me if you want help on Audacity, which is free, because that's what we use. And you can cut anything up in Audacity. This sounds even easier, though. It sounds like it does it for you.
Yeah.
So, split it into consecutive chunks, and you can do whatever you want. And it's free to try, so if it works for you, that's great. I'll put a link to it up on the show notes. And, for people, they can find it right along on the website and on the show notes. And, hopefully it'll be a program that'll help some of you that are having issues like that. Because we do care about that. It's not, like we don't care when people have issues listening to the show or things like that. We get both ends of the extremes. People saying, keep them coming, make them longer. And, people who say make them shorter. And we just kind of try to do a podcast that we hopefully at the end we feel we've proud of that we've done that's, hopefully a good production for everybody. And hopefully you guys can find a way to make it work for you. So that's cool. Thanks for that.
Can Batman escape? One hint, the worst is yet to come.
Our next review will be of Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters. The script is by Justin Gray and Jimmy Balmiotti. Art and cover by Daniel Acuna. Colors by Javier Montes, Montes. Letterer is Rob Lay, and editor is Tom Palmer Jr. You got me so worried about mispronouncing things that I'm messing up the easy names. Palmer, come on, that's one I should be able to do.
It's the junior part, though, because that was the one, that was the editor last episode that we were talking about. It was funny when you were stumbling over that. I'm like, the only reason why you're stumbling over this is because we nailed him so bad last episode.
Okay.
I feel bad about that. Can I comment before we even... I'm sorry. The cover of this one. It was funny, this artwork, and we talked about how stunning the artwork was when we were talking about it in the ads. But it's really, now to talk about it as we're actually talking about the series, it's really a good-looking cover because we see Father Time and we see the Freedom Fighters, all in their different poses, from Human Bomb to Doll Man to Phantom Lady and the Ray, just to see these characters laid out so beautifully on this cover. This was a series, I remember when I first read this series, I read the first issue, and I was like, I wish this wasn't a miniseries. Palmiotti and Gray, I've got to be honest, and it's just a little rant before we even get started. They're a writing team that I feel I don't shout out enough on the show over how much I really enjoy the work that they're doing. They're going to be doing Power Girl, which is coming up, and that's a series I'm definitely going to be jumping on because I just think it's going to be as exciting as can be. They did that wonderful Hawkman run that I love so much, Jonah Hex. They're just really, when they touch something, it's good. It's just good. So I'm really excited to finally talk about this particular mini. That's it.
Well, this series basically spins out of a lot of different other story arcs kind of really fed this. During Infinite Crisis, we saw the quote-unquote death of Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters by the bad guys. We saw it... kind of a rebirth in the DC New World special, the rebirth of Uncle Sam. We started, some of the stuff with Battle for Bloodhaven, introductions of some of these characters.
Sort of the prelude to this.
Yeah,
there's all the prelude to this.
Yeah, there's a lot of fillers going into it. But the cool thing is, you really didn't need to read those. You could pick this up, from the beginning and not be lost. And who's that? Because everything is eventually explained along the way. Everything is kind of, it's laid out for you, and you get a really cool story. But if you know these other stuff, then you're like, oh, okay, now you know the rest of the story. It's just a little extra add-on stuff that is like, oh, okay, really cool. I'm digging that. And
there's a crafting of an Uncle Sam universe that's happened in the various prelude stories leading up to this. And Battle for Bloodhaven was by them as well. Yeah. Which I really enjoyed. So it really is, Battle for Bloodhaven is it really is the prequel to this.
Yeah, and just like that Brave New World special that was just a great thing because that was the rebirth of Sam, and that was also the introduction of Firebrand. So that's another one where if you didn't get it, and you really read this and you enjoyed it, I suggest finding it because there's copies out there plenty, and you back issues, bins, whatnot, wherever you can find it. It's worth the read, especially if you enjoyed Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters.
But if you're listening to this trying to decide if oh God, I don't want to get into this because I got to pick up all this other stuff. You really don't. I agree with you. This is a very self-contained story, but there is a universe out there that fed into all this that works very well as well. And they do, actually, within this, they do acknowledge what you need to know.
Yeah.
So, you don't have to read anything else. They give it to you.
The issue opens up with presidential candidate Senator Henry Knight giving another campaign speech. And I tell you, one of the things I do like about political motif comics is it has that element of realism, but it still has that, no way that would really happen in the real world. We have a politician in the comic book universe, in the DC universe, who has to address regular issues, but there's that twist of metahumans, of superpowers, of different things that could possibly happen. And you have to incorporate it, but there's still some very stuff that you could pull right from there and put it in there. We're going through an election right now. I could see this campaign speech being said by either one of the candidates currently. It has those same kind of politicians speak, their whole mindset, what they're trying to relate to the to the voting population, why they want people to vote for them. Pick me over the other guy. You can see all that, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool.
I was listening to a couple different radio programs, and they got into talking about the candidates, and they were talking about conspiracies and brain trusts and things like that when they were talking about candidates. And it was through a couple different commentaries that were going on. Actually, it was Howard Stern was one of those shows that I was listening to it on, and they were talking about that. And one of the interesting things is you get that vibe through here, and you're right. Some of it's exaggerated because it's in a comic book world, but the themes and the tones of concerns we do have today of, are there other players pulling the strings, and what does that look like, and what does that mean to all of us? What don't we know that's going on behind the scenes is a very real concern we have in our country today. Have we lost the democracy and freedoms that we have before? Are there other players that are pulling the strings for us? And they are very real questions that we face. And it's interesting that this comic kind of puts it all out there and, just kind of feeds it to us. Not answering those questions so much as playing with those themes and crafting a story that is very relevant and very edgy. And this is another one we were talking about. It's funny. I asked you to do the lead on this one because I was like, I'm doing 7 soldiers over here and I'm getting killed. So can you do the lead on this one so I can kind of, just hang back and just enjoy doing the commentary on the side for this one. And I didn't realize, I was rereading it again. I'm like, oh my God, I gave him just as dense a read.
Yeah, thanks a lot, pal. Appreciate it.
Sorry about that. And it's great. I mean, and it's dense in a good way. It really, it's very well crafted.
Yeah, when we say dense, we're not saying dense as in, oh my God, make this up. The whole time I was reading it, I was loving it. The first time through, when I came back to it again, I was like, oh, okay, this is why when the Uncle Sam trade number 2 came out, I jumped on that series, immediately. It's something that is just a cool read. There's just this great, modern element, especially now with this election when I was rereading, because you got Senator Knight. He's sitting there talking about how we need dependable leadership. We must fight for and preserve freedom. And he's giving all this great campaign speech about hope and all this wonderful good stuff. And while this is going on, we see this special ops unit, a metahuman unit, which is made up of, who will become the freedom fighters, doing some really nasty stuff. It's a targeted assassination. So as you're getting, you have the dialogue balloons of Senator Knight talking about hope and preserving our way of life and freedom and yada, 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 all that, flag-waving stuff. You see this slaughter that, they're going after a drug kingpin. Yeah, they're going after someone who is really nasty, vicious, and vile. But did they just cross the line?
Dude, he was killed by a G.I. Lester action figure.
I know. But it's not only that, it's this little kid's birthday party. I'm assuming it's the grandson's birthday, and he opens a package. Hey, look, I got a G.I. Lester. Hey, his eyes just open. Out of the package, Lester flies and jams something in his neck. Next thing you know, whoop, instant flambe. The dude's head just bursts into flames. And I was just like, oh my God. Wait, they just killed in front of that little kid. And then even later in the comic, we see the kid just sitting over his grandpa's body going, huh, Grandpa? Yeah. And I was just like, oh my God, this was just a great way to start this off, because you mentioned before with conspiracy theories, you got the Illuminati, you got the 9/11 conspiracy, you have every possible conspiracy you can think of that's out there, especially when you're dealing with politics. This right here is a comic book version of a conspiracy theory. Naturally, they're going to have a meta-human group. Naturally, they're going to do these things that twist and go, yeah, it's for the greater good, but is it really? Is it going over the line? You got this line in the sand. Did we just jump across it? I don't know.
And that's the funny part. You've talked about since the beginning, since we've done this show, about edgy for the sake of being edgy. This is edgy for a reason. Because what happens where this kid's witnessing this, it's not to just be gruesome and over the top. It's to show why these people would do the swerve that they do, why they would do the turn that they do, to show why Dollman questions himself and questions things, even though he's being the good soldier. There is that part of him that is questioning. And I like this, this whole theme and this whole setup as to why these characters might go the direction that they do is being laid out right at the beginning in pieces, slowly building to that. So that way when we got it to, we're not just like, why did they just do that? No, it's right here why they just did that. The seeds are being laid with this traumatic thing with this poor child.
I tell you, as this traumatic event is going on, as I said, there's these dialogue balloons from Senator Knight, and I love the one part where he's like, we know everything has a season, a time for sorrow, a time for struggle, a time for reconstruction, and now we have reached a time for optimism. This century will be freedom's century. As this dude's head's exploding, as you're having this horrific death in front of this little child that will scar him for life, and not only this one little child, he probably had his little buddies over as well. A bunch of innocents in there that's it. They're done. How do you come back from watching that horrific event go down? You can't. Yeah, you're killing off this drug czar. You're killing off some monster. But you know what? You gotta think of collateral damage. And it's just like, wow. I was just like, that was something where I remember reading it the first time thinking, oh, that's cool. This last time when I reread that, I just put it down. I was like, oh, man. Okay, I'm like, wow. And you go back and I reread it and you just absorb it. And you just start thinking like, okay. And then I started thinking, what if I was Dollman? What if I was, this soldier who had to do that? And I was so glad later on we see the regret in him. We see the remorse in there. Because one of the oldest, standbys that soldiers have used is, I was just following orders.
Right.
It's been, Nazi Germany used it. Some of the guys in Vietnam who had to do some horrific stuff used it. And it never truly pans out. Right. It always falls, it's a defense that some people will throw out, but it always has weaknesses. It always has chinks in the armor. Yeah, you're a soldier following orders, but you're also a human being. You have that line. You just crossed it.
I'm only laughing because I love when you get like so emotionally charged into a comic. I eat this stuff up.
Oh yeah,
I'm like a sponge to this. So I'm not laughing at you. I'm more like enjoying this with you. I'm enjoying seeing you do this.
Well, I thought you were just thinking of me as Dollman, going, "Ooh, we got our where's what not now?" Because as soon as I said it, that's the first thought that popped in my head. I'm like, "Oh, dang it!"
G.I. Jim. G.I. whatnot or whatever. Yeah. I want to comment on Firebrand because we see him here, and I like the prophet metaphor with him.
Yes.
Uncle Sam's about strong ideals, about belief, about the ideals that America was founded on. And that goes beyond laws and rules and things like that. It goes by, why did the founding fathers, why did people come here? What were they going for? What were those themes? And, sometimes those themes get lost in the equation. And I like that idea of, bringing back ideals, bringing back a sense of spirit. We throughout, you hear things like Spirit of '76, the spirit of this, and all that with with our country and those themes that we all look back to. What do those really mean? And that's what this character tries to, and I like how well they crafted this, where he constantly focuses on being that theme, and how sometimes that theme is used against him by his enemies, in the sense that they try to further manipulate that in this culture of slandering through the media. But this is great. Firebrand comes in as the prophet, which makes sense to pave the way for Uncle Sam's
He's
return.
The herald of Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
I ate that up. Especially, we see later by issue 4, where they kind of use this sort of against, this whole theme of Uncle Sam is coming is used against Uncle Sam. And it's kind of twisted and perverted. But at first, I ate this up. I was like, what's going on? Huh? And it was one of those seesaw things, because he's coming out there. He's like, Uncle Sam's not going to stand for your basic desecration of the Constitution. You're setting up a metahuman Gestapo, under the guise of security and freedom. And I was just like, yes, this is cool stuff.
And it is themes that we're exploring today, because how many times has the question of, is fear being used against us to push agendas?
Yeah.
And that is a theme that we're going on nowadays. And whatever side you fall on, whether you agree or disagree with it, it doesn't matter. I like that the comic's exploring that theme's out there today.
Yeah.
So I think it's something that can be read by people who fall on both sides of that equation. And you can look at it and say, okay, this is in the media now. This is things that people are talking about. So it's very funny how these ideologies can be explored so intelligently in this medium with these wonderful characters and such a great story that has action, drama, and everything else going on in it as well. It's just, and humor.
Oh, God, yeah. And there's just like some great banter between the people. And there is just, we're talking about just this overwhelming theme that is of freedom. And that is the cornerstone of America. And later on, especially later on, they get even more into what is the true importance of freedom. There's so many laws, so many rules, and just out there that can, if you twist it the wrong way, if you abuse your power slightly, you can take away what is the basis that makes America America. And we're seeing just in this opening bit with Firebrand about how Sam is about that true feeling of America. Not American politics, not a Republican Party or the Democratic Party. He is about America. That spirit of 1776, that essence that said, way back when, we will not be run by, by a monarchy. We will rule ourselves. We will govern ourselves. We will be a government by the people, for the people. And I was just like eating that up because I'm like, yes, this is a cool thing. Now, one of the things that did throw me off initially was, when he does his initial opening, a firing blast, and it's the Herald, and I was like, okay, yeah. Then he gets quickly taken. And I'm like, okay, you should have seen that coming, Sam. It's kind of like the Lone Ranger Tonto theme where, Tonto, you go into town. Wait, hold on, what's going on here? How come I'm the guy who's like,
Wait, maybe you did see it coming.
I know. Maybe a better plan, but later on, it plays out why he did this. Yes. And I was like, oh, yes, Gray and Poliani. It's laying down a groundwork. It's laying down a base of stuff that will be explored later, as well as even in another series. We're seeing some threads get laid down in this series that are explained in the second Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighter series. And I was like, yes.
And I will recommend, if you read the second one and never read this, do yourself a favor and read this one, because it does lead into that. And there are themes here that definitely play heavily into the second series. And that's the nice thing about this. This is something, I'm going to say right now, I don't care if it's another mini, I don't care how they do it, I want more of this. I really, really want more of this. I hope this sold well. I hope the trade's doing well. Whatever it takes to get another one of these, I hope it's happening. Because this is a book that I'm just salivating over. It's funny, reading this again, I got re-energized for Uncle Sam. I'm Uncle Sam happy.
Yeah, I know. Big time. And this leads us to an introduction to Shade. Superhuman, advanced, defensive executive. And it's cool because it's not just a here's who's who, quick splash. It gives you into their character. It gets into their soul. So you start to understand who these people are. If you didn't read the previous stuff, this will give you that great introduction, and it also
we're seeing Shade now, too, in regular continuity right now.
Oh yeah, and so I like that. It was a cool way to go through it. First up is Ray Stan Silver. He was a reporter who gets exposed with radiation, but and he becomes this living laser beam, and it's not just about the power for him. Yeah, he's this massive egomaniac. He's a bit of a womanizer, slightly, and he's a bit of an ass, but it's not just about who he is, it's why he's this way. And you can see part of that comes from his power. The feeling of careening around the world on beams of light is as amazing as it looks, and it feels twice as incredible. My skin is like polished steel. I glide and bend and move at a speed only the Flash can appreciate, much less see. And when I'm done, there's only one way for me to truly unwind. And I was like, okay, yeah. I'm trying to keep this a PG show, but think about it.
That was just dude.
Hey, I don't know. But it's kind of cool because, I can understand why he unwinds that way. But seriously, you see this guy, and later on, as the character develops, as the series develops, this basic underline of who he is kind of fleshes out. All the characters do this. Mm-hmm. This isn't just a quick origin thing. This is a who's who. This is what they do. So later on, you can understand why they make the decisions they make.
But what I liked about how this is crafted for each of the characters we get in their head.
Yes.
Great writers do this. We talk about Gail Simone all the time. One of the things I like about her, in many ways, through her own interactions with where she takes the characters and lets you dive into their head and see what they're thinking, and then seeing them through the eyes of other people. You see people from different perspectives, and you get a whole picture that really crafts them and rounds them off in a very different way. And then you see them do things that surprise you. You get in their head, you think you know them. You think you got them down pat, and then they surprise you. And that's when it gets so cool. This is a great example of that with Gray and Palmiotti. They are masters of doing this. They do it all the time in Jonah Hex. They're doing it here. It's funny. I'm really reinvigorated from them. It's funny reading this again with how much I'm enjoying Jonah Hex right now. It's like, can we get Power Girl out now? Or what? It's really, right now, this is a fantastic time to be reading DC Comics.
Hoorah!
Because we got a whole bunch of writers that are doing just really cool things.
Yeah, you can tell they're having fun with it, too.
Yeah.
When you get somebody who's on a creative who are just like, they're jumping into it, it's not just a paycheck. It is, this is a business, but it's art, it's business. But there's something more. You can see these are labors of love. They enjoy what they're doing, and you can read it from these characters because they are so humanistic. They're so real that you're like, yes, I could see myself hanging out with Lester. I could see myself hanging out with Firebrand. I could see myself trying to hang out with Stormy and getting shot down really quick. But it's it's part of the whole mindset of who they are. It's when you can get into the comic, it makes it that much more cooler.
It's funny, we're talking about in the next couple episodes superhero comics, but they're all very different. And actually, when we talk about Secret Six next episode, we're going to be talking about something that's really, you call it loosely a superhero comic, because it's got its own theme as well. And I mean that in nothing but a compliment, in the sense that it's great. You can, we read Seven Soldiers, we read this, and then, we're going to be going off and reading Secret Six, and we're going to be, just talking about a lot of different books. And you talk about a Trinity, which really is a very true, traditional superhero comic, but with its own little twist as well. There's a lot of fun things being done that none of these comics are cookie cutter. We're not reading the same book, which to me that's worth picking them up. Please give me things that if I'm picking up a line and I'm looking at different books, that I feel like I'm getting exposed to a different take on what the world around me looks like. And I'm really appreciating the care that's being put to kind of pull in some different types of characters that we haven't seen used in a while to kind of make some unique storytelling opportunities for us as readers, because it does keep it interesting and fun and engaging to follow these books and be able to get something like this at a very different level.
Next, we lead up to Lester Colt Downman, and this is a very decorated, very disciplined soldier, and you can see it is eating him up that he knows he's doing the wrong things, but he is a soldier, and he has to do his duty, and he can justify it by saying, yeah, I'm killing off this drug czar, but it's that nagging away at, there's beyond soldier, beyond duty, there's honor, and you can see that in this soldier. It's weird, when later on, when he actually does meet Sam and starts talking to Sam, you can see Sam plays off of that honor, plays off of that patriotism. It reminded me initially of Picard whenever he would deal with Worf. He would always play to Worf's sense of Klingon honor, and Worf a couple of times would even call him on it, saying, "Why do you always bring up honor? Because that's who you are. You are a man of honor. You know what the right thing to do." Same thing with Lester, and he has that that conflict within him. add on to the conflict of his personal nature and who he is, you see that he's in love. He's in love with this scientist, Emma Glenn, but the problem is he's only 6 inches tall. So you kind of have a little, that's a relationship problem that I don't know how you can get around that one. That's kind of a difficult thing, and you can even see in her reaction to him.
Size doesn't matter, Jim.
Yeah, right. Okay, you know, I've had a lot of very honest girlfriends. It does matter, okay? I'm just going to leave it at that and continue on. The fact that you can see, though, she looks kind of beyond that 6-inch size of doll man. Okay. I'm trying to keep it going. Ain't going to happen.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but I just couldn't resist it. I'm like sitting here. I'm like, should I bite my tongue on this? I'm like, no, it's funny. It's there.
Yeah. And to any little children listening, why are we laughing? Ask your mom and dad.
No. Because he's an action figure who wants to date a pretty woman. That's why.
Okay.
All right. But here's another funny part, though. It's funny. During the school year, you know, I try to go on these unsuccessful diets. You know, I'm like, I'll just, you know, try to manage myself and all that. So I love those, like, I love peanut butter in general. You know, peanut butter and chocolate and things like that. He's beating up peanut butter balls. And they may not actually be that, and that's all well and fine. The only reason why I'm seeing it, I literally the other day at work, and it's probably one of my favorite treats, but the problem is, it's like I can't just have one. I have
Buckeyes, man.
Buckeyes. Yeah, that's exactly right. Somebody made them at work. They looked outstanding. But the problem is, like, if I avoid it completely, I'm golden. If I have one, I'm done. Because peanut butter is one of those things, it's actually evil. Because peanut butter, I love peanut butter milkshakes and everything like that, but peanut butter is one of those tastes that never leaves your palate for, like, days afterwards, no matter how well you brush.
Dude, if you brush your teeth, it will leave.
I do brush my teeth, dude. I use a belt sander, and I still taste peanut butter over there. Maybe it's just like, maybe it's my own issues. We know believe me.
Dental floss?
130,
floss?
I use floss.
Because you should floss every time.
I do. I use floss and all that stuff. It's great. You know, my cats lick my teeth afterwards, so, I mean, they're really clean.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, it's still one of those things. You know, peanut butter, though, after you have one, you know, if wherever you are, it still sticks to your mouth, and no matter how much you lick that stuff out, you're still going to get that taste, and once you got one, you're like, ooh, that was good.
Yeah. It's only one. They're small. I can have two. I can have three, and next thing you know, you've eaten a dozen of the things.
Not like, dude, after I have one, it's a plate. It's not like 2 or 3. It's like I'm already done. Because I go to take a second one, and there's always, and it's wrong, whoever sets these things up, they set you up for failure. Because you take one, you eat it, but then there's that little plate that's sitting there, you know, that are meant to be used. And it really is improper etiquette if you don't take the little plate.
And you can't just have one little one on a plate. You got to fill the plate.
No, because then it looks like you didn't like it.
Right.
And you're just taking it to be polite. But if you put 2 or 3 on there, then you're
really
being polite.
Enjoy it, yeah.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, I have issues.
Yeah, but I did like the fact that you can see that Emma feels the same way about him, because it's, you know, she's concerned about who he is, and he's like, I want you to come back, you know, and she's looking beyond, you know, the physical. She's seeing the man there, and so
there's a love story in here.
Yeah, there's a love story in here. This thing has everything. It has political intrigue. It has adventure. It has a gripping
love story. It really is not just
story.
about tiny desserts.
Yeah, this is a cool. That's what I really dig about Sam. It's got it all in there. You know, it's the personal, you know, gut-wrenching drama, the heroes who have to overcome their inner demons, and of course, speaking of overcoming inner demons, that's a great segue into Stormy Night.
Wait, before you go to Stormy Night, though, it really is. It's funny. I was really appreciating Lester's whole segment with his training. I am a big fan. You know, I grew up. Batman was the character I grew up with. I'm a big fan of seeing characters and heroes who really put in the hard work and effort to hone themselves. Because you see him doing multiple exercises. I mean, we see him alone on that page doing 4 different exercises right there. Which, you know, anytime you're shifting between those exercises, you're putting multiple sets in. So he's got an incredibly intense workout routine to get the way that he is, and he has to maintain that in order to be effective in the field. And I really like that aspect of him. I respect those types of characters. He's really a very driven person. And it is interesting, though, I connected with him immediately because of the fact that he does have some insecurities, especially with the relationship. And how many times have we all done that where you feel enough that, like, there's something going on there? My wife and I, our relationship getting together was a story very similar to this, where, it was like a very awkward process getting into the whole thing. And it all leads, that's where this got to be so real for me. And I really liked that aspect of this story in that you can connect with these characters and they feel very real. Why are you shaking your head?
Because I just thought of something inappropriate to say and I'm not going to say it. So let's head on to Stormy Night.
You're setting yourself up, don't you?
I know, that's why I didn't say anything. Hey, I didn't say anything, man. But
when I laughed last, I laughed best.
True. But Stormy Night.
It's really sad that you didn't have to say anything, and I knew where you were going.
Well, we know each other well.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue on, shall we?
Stormy Night.
Stormy Night.
Yes.
She is the daughter of Senator Knight and the current Phantom Lady. And she's your jet-setting, privileged girl of privilege. She's kind of like this era's Paris Hilton. She's got the big party. She's got the, fancy, smanchies. She's got the Entertainment Tonight's constantly following her. Paparazzi snapping pictures of her. She works hard. She parties hard. And they show her, constantly just throwing down the booze and all that. And it's, you see, she's one that this initial outside look at her, I immediately first thought, as I said, was Paris Hilton popped in my head. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking, okay, yeah, she's, a daughter of privilege. But even in her initial interview, she's saying, hey, I have to do what's, something beyond just the glam lifestyle. I do save the planet. I do help it out. And after I work hard, this is how I unwind. Same kind of thoughts was going back to Ray. We're thinking how he's got this, massive power, but he's got to unwind. Her unwind as well. It's that same kind of, you're so jacked up, you're so high on the adrenaline, you're so dealing with stuff that are so beyond normal comprehension that you got to just release. But these are things that will later play out in the next series, as well as even later on in this series, which I was like, oh, that's cool. Great, just initial planning now.
They aren't surface-level characters.
No, there's definitely more that gets fleshed out, especially in her. As this thing goes out, you really see another side of her that I was like, wow, that's kind of cool. I dig that.
It does show, though, it's an interesting take on what our media focuses on, though. Because of her relationship with the senator, they are focused on her party lifestyle. Because that is where we go nowadays, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's far more interesting than, hey, she saved, fetuses and things like that she was talking about in there, it's not as interesting to people as look at her partying and hitting on the reporter and all that stuff. That's the kind of thing that people are more interested in. And it is an interesting commentary on that.
It makes better headlines.
Sure.
What would you rather see in your headlines? This person helped doing something nice and considerate for the elderly, or this person who's like, this celebrity falling down drunk, or doing an oopsie. It's what we flock to, and it's kind of like, I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. And I like the fact that she basically kind of calls them out a little bit on it, kind of giving us this glimpse that there's something more to her than what we're seeing right now. And I like the fact that gets fleshed out later, and we do see more of the side.
This is very pretty art.
Yeah.
Just all the way through it. It's a very unique look, and that's what I like about it. Because I do like, I love art. That's one of the reasons why I go to comics. And I like seeing different presentations. And this is a very different presentation, and it works very well for this kind of dark and seedy universe that Uncle Sam's in. It's funny, with how inspirational this book is and its focus on Uncle Sam, he's kind of the light in this very dark and seedy world of politics that we have. And it's kind of an interesting statement on the era that we have right now and where our focus is. It's funny, a lot of politicians don't step up to take on some of the bigger offices, such as president and things like that nowadays, because of media. Mm-hmm. And sometimes your better candidates have skeletons in their closet and things that they have to worry about. It's kind of an unfortunate reality. And, people aren't stepping up because of that. So it really is an interesting statement on kind of our society and our world nowadays.
Yeah. This leads us to, I'm going to say, one of the coolest, but also one of the creepiest scenes in the comic, as we see Father Time and Senator Knight kind of discussing what's going on. They have a little one-on-one kind of meeting, and it was interesting because, like most politicians, Senator Knight will say whatever he needs to get elected. And in his opening speech about hope and prosperity, he also talked about a common relationship with the metahuman community, getting them to work together with the government and become part of the government. But in his one-on-one discussion with Father Time, he's like, no. The second I'm elected, I'm disbanding Shade, and I'm going to kill any legislation that brings it back. And part of this, we see, is because of that assassination that they did earlier. He sees the darkness, he sees the evil that is Father Time, that is his Shade organization. And I'm reading this, I'm kind of chuckling, thinking, okay, we know what's going to happen to you, Senator Knight. And I found it very appropriate that Senator Knight was wearing a red tie. I'm like, hey, wow, cool.
It wasn't the only red that came out of him.
Well, no, he became a red shirt.
Now, hang on a second, Gonzo. Here's one thing I noticed. Jim, whenever he does segments a lot, he says a lot more than you are. So you've really, if you want our listeners to believe that you're really Jim, you're going to have to start doing it more. I'm laughing because I was listening as you were doing this because you've got so many notes this particular episode. You aren't saying it anywhere near like you normally do. I'm not picking on you. I thought it was funny considering that we're talking about Gonzo taking over for somebody right now. All these listeners are like, is that really Jim or is it Gonzo?
Well, you never know.
Well, I'll tell you one thing about this guy right here. I know Gonzo, and that, sir, is no Gonzo. Gonzo is a Muppet.
Yeah, I did chuckle with using that name because I was like,
I want to know where they came up with that
name. Were they fans of the Muppets? Because we're introduced to Gonzo, and Gonzo comes walking out, and Gonzo is an exact replica of Senator Knight, and even seeing this guy, Knight doesn't get the clue what's about to happen to him. He's like, hey, what's that? And he's sitting there puffing out his chest being, I'm going to be the next president. Nothing you can do about it. Ha, ha, ha. Yes, there is. When you're evil, chickens. You can get away with it. And
chickens.
Well, I don't know about chickens, but Gonzo does punch right through the senator. And we come to the creepy/cool scene where Gonzo starts to dance with the dead senator, and I was sitting there like, he's dancing with him.
I love Father Time. Yeah, stop dancing with the corpse, Gonzo. This flesh puppet amuses me. Watch us tango,
dude. I was just like,
cleaned up. Wow, an interrogation to attend. I mean, what is this? What is going on here? That's what's so cool about this. But it fit because when you look at what Gonzo is and how Gonzo is crafted as we go further along in this story, it is so fitting of what Gonzo actually is. I really enjoy this and the threat that Gonzo is.
Yeah.
In this story. So it really, it like was a nice little like creepy over the top build, but then later on it's explained to the point where you're like, okay, that totally makes sense. And,
and some of the creepy looks on Gonzo's face, just art-wise, I was just like, okay, that is just really sweet. Because he's got that, that creepy, child molester type, creepy uncle look, like, kind of look on his face as he's doing this. I'm like, yeah, that fits very well. He's dancing with his dead body as his arm is through his chest. His hand, everything's just all bloody. I was just like, oh, okay, this is an interesting opening issue. This was, wow. Now, Time did mention he had an interrogation. His interrogation, of course, is of Firebrand. And I really dig this scene, partially because of some of the stuff we saw in that special. In that special, he didn't have, Firebrand didn't have this unwavering, feeling towards freedom. Unwavering trust for Sam. He had a lot of doubts going on. It was a lot of this stuff going on in the politicians with the WMDs, with the war for no blood for oil type mindset. He had he was very strongly anti-government at that time, and Sam introduced him to the concept of you're not pro-U.S. government. you're pro-America. You're pro-freedom. And we see Firebrand stick to that. We see him, stand up, no wavering, no hesitation, no nothing. He's like, Sam is coming. Freedom from tyranny is coming.
Yes.
And I was just like, hoorah. Mm-hmm. I was just like, it was it was one of those moments where you're like, yes, if I was being tortured, that's how I hope I would stand up. That's how, you look your enemy in the eye, you spit in their face, and you say, there's nothing you can do to me. Freedom is coming. Sam is coming, and watch he's coming for you. It's time.
What I like about that, though, is they also take at the same time, they keep Father Time an interesting villain. Because he implies, tell us where he is, but realize that Face is going to torture you anyway. And just throws in that moment, this is the same guy that was rolling up his sleeves and, ready to keep on fighting in battle for Bloodhaven. It's an interesting crafting of this character that has been done over this time, and I really like Father Time as a character.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's kind of like he doesn't, it's not, he's opposed to the country. He's not opposed to America. He's even not completely opposed to freedom. It's his perception of order. It's his perception of freedom. Yeah, he will suspend your rights for his plan. Mm-hmm. But in a weird, kind of sick way, he thinks his plan is good for the country. His way is good for us. His way is order. Yeah, it's the Gestapo type mentality, but it's not even just that.
And that's oversimplifying.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of hard. He's one of those characters where, given what he's doing, is whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. There's obviously some clearly lines that he crosses where he's willing to slaughter innocent people, but in his mindset, he's slaughtering these innocent people to save the other innocent people. It's how he determines to justify his actions, and he's
but he uses fear,
yeah,
and intimidation as his means of inspiring.
Well, yeah. Well, Sam is
he's
hope.
A direct opposite of Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam inspires by hope and by the dreams of a better life, and really the things that idealistically the foundations that this country was built on. The things when people talk about America at its best, when they talk about the core values that throughout history, when people have talked about the ideals, they're ideals. There are two different ideals that are being fought here. And it's very interesting in this day and age when these things are it's brought so much to the forefront right now. This story is very relevant.
Yeah, and this was written back in 2006.
Yeah, very metaphorical to what's going on.
Yeah, and it's back when the Iraq War was really getting started off, and it was really the growth and the buildup of some of the stuff we're still seeing today. So this is a very politically motivated... I don't even want to say politically motivated because it's motivated by telling a cool story. Mm-hmm. But it has those political undertones. It has those overt undertones. It's part of who and what it is. It's what makes it such a cool comic in that it has the superheroes, but it has something more to it. And I don't know... I can't say that what their personal beliefs are. If this is connected to it, if this is not, I don't know. But it has this strong feeling, and it's not just a strong feeling of one way pro-war or not pro-war. It has this strong pro-freedom, pro-America, everything that is good and pure and wonderful about this country is flowing through this comic, and it keeps building and building and building until the end. And I was just like, that was something that really struck me with Uncle Sam, that, anytime there's something coming out, I'm going to grab it because of that passion, because of you can see and feel, and there's a strong emotional response that I got every time I read this, every time I reread it. When I was getting ready for my notes, I was just like, and I was trying to keep my personal political opinions out of this because it's not about my personal beliefs. It's about, what this comic, what the undertone, what is the true belief of America. And I was just like, hoorah, I love that. I absolutely just ate it up. The issue.
How do you really feel?
Oh, yeah. Don't hold back. I shouldn't hold back.
No, actually, you know what? I got to be honest with you. It's when we get these type of books on the show, it's there's moments where I'll just sit here and take in your rants, because it's so interesting to see that, because I'll do mine on the sheet where I'll go off and, I won't shut up and that type of thing. And that's part of the passion that you get from reading a really good book. And in this case, I actually really enjoy when you get like this for a book, because a lot of times you get this way for very different reasons than I do. And it's fun to just kind of take in the whole experience. It really is. This is fun for me. I'm enjoying this. This is really the closing. You get to the closing part of this issue. I really love this poster where he's holding it. Bring me Uncle Sam, and you see the classic "I want you" for the U.S. Army poster, and it really is just it's seeing the two of them together. It is that mirror image that we're talking about at this point, and I just want to comment on just the whole creative team. This is when a good comic becomes a great comic. When you've got great writers, great artists, colorists, letterers, the whole shebang, editors, everybody, they all just got this cool idea and it all just gels together. And I'm sure it happens sometimes in a way where they don't even realize until it's the finished product and they get to actually really take a look at it and say, wow. Because they each do their individual parts, and then it all comes together at some point, and you get to take a look at it and see what the final product is. And I'm hoping for the creative team who crafted this that they got that opportunity to take a look at this and just kind of go wow themselves, because there's certainly elements in there where you don't know when I'm sure for a writer they don't know what it's going to be like until the artist is finished with it and the colorist and everything, and you kind of see that whole finished product and you get to kind of sit back and go. And really just get to kind of appreciate the other side of it. Because it's obviously your own work. You're going to have your own critiques of it and things like that, where you're going to view it differently than a fan would. But there's that part of you where you get to see your work interpreted by an artist. And an artist gets to see at the end a script and how they have the opportunity then to interpret that script and kind of do something different with it than maybe they've ever done before, because it's a new direction than they've ever taken their art before. And that's got to be the fun part of working on a comic, is being able to see all those pieces kind of gel together into something like this. I'm really glad that this book was picked. This was one on the forum, just on the random. It was D. Goodhart was mentioning in passing. He said, I hope at some point you guys do Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters. And it happened to be something that you and I had talked about multiple times. And like so many things, when we get busy on the show, we just never got to it. And I'm like, you know what? It was before we came up with the idea for the contest to do the alternating months with listeners. I'm like, why don't we do In Between Seven Soldiers, so we're not doing Seven Soldiers every month. We can kind of rotate it around and mix things up a bit. Let's do Uncle Sam as the first one. And then the contest idea it was actually this that led to the contest idea. So D. Goodhart, on many ways, just by the fact that going with a listener suggestion for this opened up the floodgates to say, let's do a My Monthly Listener-led feature like this. So thank you, D. Goodhart, for selecting this. And we still got more issues to go. So,
dude, yeah. Our next issue will be issue 2, same creative team, so we don't have to go through that. But this one, it opens right where the last one led off.
Can you say Tom Palmer Jr. again, though?
Editor Tom Palmer Jr.
Yay!
Yay, I did it right. But this issue opens up right where the last one led off. The last one ended with, Father Time saying, bring me an Uncle Sam.
Wait.
Okay. The cover, yeah.
I love cover art. I really do. And I don't talk about it. Sometimes my head gets focused on other things, and I don't get a chance to always shout out some of the great work that creators do on their covers. And just this one in particular, just because of what my position is on this particular episode, I'm looking right at this cover, and you see Uncle Sam's coat opened up with, it's kind of like he's pulling in to his ideology the other members of the Freedom Fighters, which is so fitting for where this issue goes. He opens up his coat, and they're almost in shock over, because he's an overwhelming presence almost. Now they've got to really kind of take a deep look inside themselves and figure out who they are, and pretty fast. Because what he's offering in this issue is going to be something that they have to question their loyalties, who they are, and what they're really all about in a way that's going to affect them on a huge level. And the cover, just for me, was gorgeous for this. The details on it, it's like I said, I don't get often to shout out cover art, and I really do enjoy it. So it's not an issue of, well, geez, don't you guys like any of the covers? It's really just sometimes we just have the opportunity, and you see something that's cool like this. Ugh. Yeah. So, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, the issue opens up with the Shade team going after Uncle Sam. And it's kind of cool because we initially see, Ray is all smug. Come on, what's this old man going to do to us? But Dollman is the seasoned warrior. He's like, that old man took down 24 special ops warriors. You got to stay alert, stay alive, stay frosty. And I was just like, I ate that up because, yeah, you have that smug, but no. This is the way you got to do it. This is an operation. You're going up against an unknown powerhouse. You don't know what you're up against. You can't just, fly by the seat of your pants. And as they're approaching, they see Sam sitting there. He's sitting in a simple log cabin on the front porch, like, well, about time you guys got here. And it was just... It's so fit. They're in the hills of Tennessee. One of the, it's not the heartland where it's the, Iowa plains farmland, but Tennessee, the hills of Tennessee. Come on. How many country western songs have talked about the hills of Tennessee? That it's a natural place for him. Okay. Well, a lot. Okay. You don't listen to it, but I do, and it's one of those common recurring themes.
I am just teasing you, and you know that.
I know. I enjoyed playing off that.
Now, Jim and I we go driving places, and you put on country stations, and I really don't dislike it as much as I let on to you. I just do it to be a pest. I'm a pest, when I'm driving along with you. It's funny how I just called myself a combination of a putz and a pest at the same time.
It works, too.
Yeah. When I got a little tongue-tied there. But, when we used to drive along, he would turn on country music, and I'd go, isn't there any other station besides KRAP? And I really, being totally honest with you, I actually have a very diverse musical taste, so I don't really, I'm one of those people that really doesn't care what's on the radio. I just kind of enjoy taking it in. So, but I was just being a pest.
Okay. Yeah. Now, one of the things about the this miniseries, I really dig how Sam has been written, because he is the spirit of America. So he has these heroes coming at him. His first reaction isn't to open up a can. His is, hey, sit down, let's talk. He's trying to pursue a non-violent way with them because he knows what he's doing is correct. He knows these are, in their hearts, good people who are being misled. So he's going to try to guide them, show them the path, the true path of freedom, the true path of America, show them what they need to do, how they need to do it. And I was just like, I ate that up every time.
Notice the look of visual perspective with him, though. It's him looking up.
Yeah.
Him from a position of, not of power, but a position of being gentle, of being a calming influence, a calming voice, versus a father time. Now, Uncle Sam, here's a guy who we know later on can grow to epic proportions.
Yeah.
And yet, in this case, he's choosing to remain normal-sized, to reach them either at an eye level, or to let them be slightly above him, to give them a sense of security. So that way he can actually reach into the core of the let them drop their guards. Let them really take in internally what he's saying and kind of digest it. And I really liked that different approach. And it contrasts nicely to so much Father Time that we saw in the first issue.
Yeah, and it's... Even when the team makes an offensive move against him, he doesn't respond with his superior firepower blasting. It's more of a subduing, but also exposing what it is that, keeps them from being their hero potential, full potential. Ray comes at him and he traps him in a prison. And he tells him that it's his inability to focus on anything is what's keeping him trapped in this prison. Stormy moves in. He uses the light of Ray to take her down, but he's like, it's the darkness in you. You're fighting with your booze and alcohol as an escape. Don't be afraid of the light. Human Bomb moves in, but it's not a powerhouse. Human Bomb's his powerhouse, but Sam doesn't stop him that way. He stops him with compassion. Human Bomb is afraid of himself. Other people are afraid of him. He's this massive power, and he's going to be completely alone, and he feels like completely trapped, and Sam's like, no, I'm not afraid of you. And he actually even puts his arm on his shoulder, something that very few people do to Human Bomb throughout since this has happened to him. So this is just this cool way of him exposing to these guys, this is what's holding you back. They're feeding off your fears. They're keeping you trapped in this way from going to the true path of freedom, the true way of a hero. You have to, this is what you have to do. Release this darkness in you. Release that is what's holding you back and fulfill your potential. And I was just like, yes, that is Uncle Sam. Take
yourself to your farthest.
Yeah, take your,
inspiring you to be something more.
Yeah. But for me, probably the coolest one was Dowman, though. Because Dowman, he's told him, you're the most patriotic of them all. And he brought him to the Heartland. The Heartland's this mystic place where it's the spirit of America still thrives. And it's the flowing, fields of grain. And you see, Sam just talking to one-on-one, man-to-man, soldier to soldier, just bringing up the stuff, saying, all those little things that are nagging at, Lester. It's like, you're being used by this government. They're using your loyalty. They're using your dedication. They're using you to be their weapon, to be their thug, to be their assassin. This is your chance to rise up. This is your chance to be something more than just, Father Time's hitman. And it was a cool thing.
I had a similar experience to this.
Really?
Yeah, I connect to this. I got thrown out of a Sears for trying to jump into a top hat.
There it is, just derailed. Okay, there's my thought process out the window.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
I love the change in Uncle Sam in this particular setting. I actually do have serious commentary on this. How we see a different hairstyle with him, perhaps a younger Uncle Sam, more of his foundations, like how this was a place that inspires him, as he's trying to inspire them. So in a way, I also looked at this as Uncle Sam sharing what brings him and what drives him, what makes hope for him, what makes him who he is, and what he sees America as in these inspirational symbols that we're seeing here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was one of the cool things I really liked about this segment, was that we got to see that little glimpse into him as well.
Yeah, we're talking the building blocks of the country: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. He calls out on a lot of stuff that Shade is doing. Dowman was the project to miniaturize Dowman was supposed to be used to help the population, to make it, for overpopulation. There's we're outgrowing the available land we have. This would be a great way to minimize the people, reduce the resources. Even when Lester's still kind of fighting and saying, no, it was deemed to be cruel and unusual. He's like, no, it wasn't that. It was Father Time killed it. And then he buried this project. Now there's an army of assassins like you. You are becoming the poster child for his operations. You have to, realize, step beyond what is being done here. Shade isn't trying to make the world a safer place. It's trying to develop a climate that removes liberties. It incites fear and panic. This is a type of environment that a dictator would thrive in. This is their kind of building blocks for their evil empire. It's not the building blocks for freedom. And even when Lester throws out, well, what about the JLA, the JSA? They'll stop him. It's like, no. If he goes too far, he'll be too entrenched. There's nothing they can do. We are the ones to stop it. This is the line. We have to step up. We are the ones who are chosen. This is our destiny. And I was just like, yeah, that does make sense. Because, even as powerful as Superman is, if this stuff were to become law, he would be binded to it. Well, he would have to cross over and become the vigilante. If you have the entire society saying this is what we want, if they're been broken, if they're stuck in the fear, in the the lack of, if they're willing to say yes, we don't want our freedoms, just keep us safe, please. There's nothing these heroes could do, so they got to stop it before it gets in. They have to stop it, nip it in the bud. Chop off the head of the snake, and the rest and the body will die. And that's what they got to do.
And I agree with you. But I also read this a different way. if you look at the way that they're facing, the heroes are facing a different direction. They're looking outward, at outward threats that are coming in. They're on the inside. They're looking at the threats that are coming from the inside out. And I really liked the symbol. I mean, at least I took this as a very symbolic look with the heroes facing. Notice all of the heroes are facing away from them, looking outward. The outside threats. If you take a look at the typical Superman villain, the typical Batman villain, they're outside threats coming into their worlds. Even if it's just Gotham City, that's still outside threats that are coming in to threaten Gotham City. So, I mean, you're getting those threats. In this case now, their MO is, we need to be taking a look at the threats that are coming from the inside out. It's a different outlook. It's a different focus than these heroes would have. That's why he's saying they'll realize it too late, because they're looking in the other direction. Their focus is in the other direction. He's not insulting them. He's realizing that they're already focused here. They need somebody who's focused on the inside who can do that, and that's what we need to be. That's the group we need to be, and that's what I ate this. I ate this up.
A lot of like the oath of allegiance. Do you swear to defend your country against all enemies, foreign and domestic? Those kind of things were reading through my head, and I love the fact that Sam brought up the one comment that I was throwing out there. Like, is it your patriotic duty to murder men in front of their children, even if they are drug lords? Where are our courts? Where are the laws we have in place? And I was like, yes, hoorah! Because a lot of times we always talk about vigilante justice. Yeah. No, and I'm one of those weird guys where sometimes I'm like, yeah, vigilante justice, I get caught up in the motion. But if you look at the purity of what the laws are, we create these laws for a reason. When we throw them out, we become a dictatorship. We have to honor what was created before us, what is, if we are to have a future. And, it was just I tell you, I ate it up. And, Sam, as he's getting them riled up, they're all coming in together. And you can just see it. And I'm reading it more. And then at the end there, he goes, he calls them on and says, will you turn on your masters and become my freedom fighters? And I was just like, hoorah. If I was, Lester in that thing, I'd be like, I'm in, Sam. Sign me up. Let's take him down. It just had this beautiful flow through it, and we're talking about just the visuals of it. You're seeing these flowing fields. You got the buffalo there. You got the waves of grain. You have every possible, there's a scene where Sam's got the American bald eagle. I'm like, yes, these are all just the classic hoorah stuff that is, the patriotism, but it's the true ideals. Patriotism.
They're beautiful visuals that are ideals and awe-inspiring, where, we appreciate some of the things that we take for granted.
Yeah.
Some of the things that we take for granted that we have access to. And that's what those symbols are there for. They're symbols of that.
Yeah. The Shade team moves back to the headquarters saying they have Sam in custody. And of course, as they're coming in, there's not a single person, I don't think, reading this thinking, wow, they didn't sign up with Sam. You knew what had to happen, but it was just a cool way it unfolds, because the second they hit, they're like, all right, go team. You got Lester jumping on Ray doing some blinding, Lester doing some shots. Sam's calling out, Sam's the general. He's like, Stormy, go get Firebrand. And it was just this cool team meshing and, functionality. I really digged, the initial meeting of Stormy and Firebrand, because you see him trying to be all smooth. Hey, you can rescue me anytime. And I was just like, dude, you're going to so crash and burn. And I was like, yeah, okay, I can see that.
I don't mean to step back real quick. I agree with everything you're saying, and we can jump back to that in 1 second. What I really appreciated with the way Uncle Sam was carrying himself, again, still very calm. The way, that everything was going, very confident. I like the confidence of Uncle Sam. If you want to inspire, be confident in what you're doing and in how you carry yourself and in your situations that you're involved in. And that, people follow confidence. You want to know that, hey, you believe this and you believe that this will work and we can do this. If you believe that and you really prove to me and show to me that you believe it, I'm going to become a believer gradually. And then I'm going to become a stronger believer as those things start to succeed, to the point where you're going to inspire my loyalty so much, I'm going to look to you for the answers. Because I know I can trust, that you're going to give them to me.
There's a charisma of a leader that, you know, it just, you follow that person for a reason, and you know you're going to follow that person. They have that, just that flow to them, that you're just like, okay, what do you need me to do? I'm there. And a lot of times Superman has that type of mindset, has that same type of flow, where you look at him and you're just like, okay, it's hope, it's, you know, future, it's, this guy is not going to steer me wrong. I trust him. He's got my back. I got his back. And it's...
And a good leader is not about orders. A good leader is about inspiring you and putting you in a position where you can show your maximum worth and you can gain the maximum confidence in yourself. And he does that. He inspires that by utilizing all of them to the best of their abilities, and in many ways getting them to start appreciating each other in a way that they never did before. And we start to see that with certain characters as these moments go on in this. And I really liked that gradual shift. Not, you know, it's a slow build, it's a slow move, but that's the kind of stuff for me I really ate up in this, is that Sam has all of these people here for a reason, and they believe that they are as important to this mission as anyone else. And that's a good leader. They inspire you to believe that I am a part of something bigger, and I have a worth and an intrinsic value in that situation. I love that. It's very cool.
And once again, it's, as we're talking about this calming effect of Sam, when Bigfoot and Destroyer show up with more Shade soldiers, what's Sam's first reaction? Like, hold on, son, let's talk. Let me show you. And he's trying to talk them, get them into the fold, tell them, show them the truth. You know, it's an inconvenient truth, if you want to call it that, but there is a truth out there that America does have some problems, and it needs to be fixed. And if you want to be a true hero of the country, let me show you the way. And I like that was his opening thing. Now, granted, Bigfoot and Destroyer didn't have the same kind of mindset, and they clock Sam, sending him flying, which completely just throws off everything. Because reading it, you know, Sam's not going to die, even if they knock him off the building. But human bomb, the first person who ever showed him compassion, the first person who was ever, like, you know, giving him hope, giving him thing that he can, you know, have possibility of a future life, of something better, you know, just got knocked off the building. Is probably dead because he just got hit by his powerhouse. He loses control. And
actually, probably another of his worries here was, oh my God, what have I just done? Not only did I kill somebody, but does this mean I'm done now?
Yeah,
Am I out? Have I lost face? And I like how Sam handled this.
Yeah.
Because again, we go back to that calming influence. Sam doesn't let him off the hook, but Sam also finds a way to make this a teachable moment with him, realizing that he didn't mean to kill him. It wasn't his intention. You know, that's not who he is. And there's an importance of intention with this particular situation where, you know, Sam goes, I know Andy. He didn't deserve to die, though. And remember, control. You know, and those are important moments where he's sitting here and he's trying to craft them in a way. They've been killing all the time for the government, you know, but now Sam's trying to teach them a different way, you know, a way of control, a way of, you know, utilizing your powers in a different manner. And, you know, that's something where I'm glad that we don't just see instantly, wow, they're working and gelling together and everything's just fine. It's taking time to build.
There's rough patches, and that's part of what the freedom fighters are about, second chances. They're about learning to deal with your imperfections, learning to deal with your past mistakes. Previously, anytime they brought in the human bomb, it's because they wanted maximum damage capabilities. Sam's showing him a different way. Use restraint, use control. So when he has his slip-up, when he drives a massive hole in the chest of Bigfoot, it's understandable, and yeah, you messed up, kid, but you know, we can work with this. And I like that was a cool thing where, okay, we can't, you know, let you off the hook here, but we're not going to beat you to it. We're not going to, you know, completely, oh my God, I can't believe you did this. No, that's not how you get to him. And you know, once again, a good leader recognizes what techniques you need for everybody, every individual person.
Also realizing this isn't a true loose cannon.
Right.
This is somebody who you can craft into somebody who is going to be able to be utilizable in a way that's more controlled. You know, whereas I think Sam would have cut him loose if he thought this guy was just going to go on killing spree after killing spree after killing spree.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be there to begin with.
If after he had killed the guy, he said, look at that hole I just created in his chest. Woohoo! do?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a guy you want to get rid of off the team.
Everybody pull out a fork and let's go sew back on him.
Yeah. Slight difference between the, oh my God, what'd I do?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But I think Sam recognized that from the beginning, which is why he's even there.
This leads us to Stormy getting Firebrand out. And this is, again, where we start to see there's more to her than meets the eye.
I like Firebrand. I'm sorry. Oh. I really like Firebrand's costume. There's the whole look to it and everything like that. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
It's one of those things when I was looking at this artwork, I was just like, his costume is really very cool. Sorry, I just...
I got to agree with it. That is a cool look. And to be honest, anything can be said for all of them. I dig the...
the whole visual outlook, I agree.
We have a lot of same from the... brought back from the old Uncle Sam team, but they have a new look to them, and I like that. And especially, this sequence, as I said, it shows another side of her. As she's getting them out, they got to shift it to the third dimension, but you learn she's not just this ditzy heiress.
No.
She's got, degrees in quantum physics, and she is looking at the bigger picture. She doesn't want to just, go out, be some heiress, marry some millionaire, live the privileged life and do nothing. She wants to make an impact on life. She wants to make, her time on this planet actually mean something. So there is that hero in her as well. We've seen it in Lester. We've seen the remorse kind of in Human Bomb, so there's more to him. Now we're seeing it in Stormy.
You got to wonder if people get trapped in a world like... where you get surrounded by people and you get then pushed into not pushed into situations so much as you don't know any other situations other than the ones like she's traveling in. That's her circle. That's the ones she doesn't know how to kind of go in the direction that she wants to go into, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Got involved with the government obviously because of her dad and trying to make a difference this way. But, it isn't until Sam that she starts looking at, geez, this really is an opportunity to head into. And I do like that throughout this, we see that it's not all as simple as automatically right now they're all 100% following everything Sam says. That's what I like about it. There's still some individualization. It's not as simple as, wow, they're all good guys following Uncle Sam right now. It's not that simple. And that's what I find engaging about this.
They don't have blind faith in Sam, but they have an idea of what he stands for,
and respect.
And it's an idea they agree with. Mm-hmm. So they're going into this with trying to figure out, okay, what's going on here? And we even see a little bit with her and Firebrand. She flats out says, hey, I'm not 100% sure on this guy, but it feels like we're doing the right thing. So I'm going to continue doing that. And once I kind of chuckle because you see Firebrand start realizing she's more than just a pretty face. There's something more to her. He's like, wow, that's kind of cool. And he gets those puppy dog eyes, and she catches it immediately. And she's like, dude, I see the look in your face. Don't fall for me because you'll just get hurt. And I chuckled because... there's been so many times when I know I've done this multiple times where you see there's some really like, whoa, look at her, and then you kind of get I don't know, you get stupid. I've done it many times with attractive women, and I could see him doing that, and you see her catch him and calling on it. She's not going to be the evil ice queen or the evil woman who just enjoys, dragging little boys along. She even says, like, hey, you're kind of cute. I'd make out with you. You'd fall in love with me, and then I'd break your heart. I don't want that to happen. And I was just like, yes, there's more to her. She recognizes what's going on, and she's nipping it in the bud. Now, is it completely just that, or is it is it the blocking so she doesn't have that one-on-one interaction, so she doesn't have that connection?
Protecting
herself as well, which is stuff we see later on, and especially in the next series. Right. Yeah, so I was like, oh, there's just... I'm reading more and seeing more about her.
Multi-layered characters.
Yeah, she's a deep character who is just a really cool person who I want to see more of Stormy. I want to see her interact. I want to see more of Uncle Sam because of stuff like this.
I'm glad that we see with her that what we see on the surface with her. The costume, the way she carries herself, the whole party image and everything like that. When you cut through that, there is something different. There's something more. And it's very, very cool. I love the reuniting between Uncle Sam and Firebrand. Yeah. And just the genuine,
the
feeling
faith. He's like, I knew you'd come.
Father figure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Whatever you want to call it. leading right to this really, my favorite art shot, where you've got the whole team standing together. It just looks so impressive. There's every time you see a team and you look at them together and you're like, now that looks like a team I would want to go to battle with.
Poster right there. That's a poster.
I mean, this looks really good. It's the whole team. Doll Man on the arm of Human Bomb. I question that decision, but
I the fact that it was kind of cool. I like the fact that they showed him on Human Bomb because it's more of it's more of the trust thing, and we even saw that earlier, like back when they were Team Shade, where they first brought in Human Bomb. Everyone's like, "Oh, we don't want to be with Human Bomb." Dollman kind of stood up for him, saying, "Hey, he's part of the team. Back off." And it's that, that warrior. It's that, we are a cohesive unit. We have to work together. And you see that in him. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So, yeah.
Firebrand's costume, it's like, a Captain America meets Han Solo, meets Nightwing, meets, it's just, meets a little bit of Spider-Man. It's got, like, cool elements of all those type of characters rolled into one. I don't know what it is. Just the costume, for me, I found it particularly interesting. But the whole team is just, it's really, really sharp right here. This is really, I always liked Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters' appearances when they did the old Crisis on Multiple Earths.
Yeah.
You didn't see them all that often, but when you did, it was very interesting. And they were always characters I'm like, geez, I want to know more about them. And then when they announced this, and, post-Battle of Bloodhaven and everything, they were going to do this, I'm like, oh, yeah, I want to see more of them.
Yeah, I remember when Infinite Crisis came out and they killed off Sam. There was a lot of people saying, you can't kill off Uncle Sam. So, and I didn't know who the guy was. I didn't know any of the significance of the Freedom Fighters, so I was like, oh, okay, whatever, But now that I've seen this, now that I know, I'm like, okay, I understand why people had that reaction, why people had that passionate towards what they did. And I was like, okay, that was very appropriate for them to do in Infinite Crisis. This is a great rebirth of the team. The issue ends.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Muppet Show.
I'm sorry. I'm getting all Muppet Show right now.
It's time to put on makeup. It's time to dress up right.
Waka waka waka.
This, of course, we're talking about Gonzo. Gonzo is winning, and we're at the home of Senator Knight, and Father Time's kind of briefing him what's going on with how they've lost their team over to Uncle Sam's cause, and Gonzo's like, hey, no biggie, no worries. We'll sick the media on them, label them terrorists. LexCorp will start running commercials that spotlight human achievement as opposed to metahuman dependencies. Their friends in Hollywood will rush through some anti-metahuman themed movies that have strong messages of patriotism and paranoia. Fundamental religious groups will stir up debate between evolution and intelligent design with a slant on non-government sanctioned media groups. Orchestrate metahuman terrorist attacks in place where they can have high exposure for human heroism like police, firefighters, teachers, and whatnot. They want everyone so focused on how bad things get that when their president takes drastic measures, people will jump and vote for it before Congress even has a chance to approve it. I was eating that up.
It's a classic political smear campaign.
Oh, man.
And wait, we're seeing commercials airing like that right now. They're taking words and phrases put out by people, and they're using them against each other. Most of your ads that are airing right at this moment are all this, using their own words against them. And I mean, it's just, I'm like, this is so culturally relevant at the moment. It's a great story.
Dude, I was just like, art imitating life. Holy crud. Because, when 9/11 happened, those all the 9/11 conspiracy theorists they were throwing out with the USA Patriot Act, like, oh my God, it's going to be the complete suspension of all life and liberties. Oh, and we're seeing that type of usage. And I was just like, yes, I liked seeing this. This is one of those, where you're pulling pieces and bits and pieces from reality and throwing it into the comic where it makes sense. I loved this. On to issue number 3.
There's no way we're not starting without talking about this cover.
I know.
This was easily my favorite issue of the batch, just because it was the introduction of Black Condor, and I was really just anticipating this, and I loved the way the story played out and its whole origin and the history behind it, the rich history, right to the last page. This issue flowed very nicely.
And this was definitely, I will argue, this is one of my favorite issues of the series, just because it had such cool moments, and the flow from, and one of the things I gotta say is just the flow from 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's this beautiful flow through. As the one issue ends, the next one begins, and there is no, okay, what's going on now? You know exactly what's going on. They ended the last issue talking about Sam going to pick up their next team member, Black Condor, jumps right into Black Condor. And every time it's these great flow-throughs. When Gray and Palmiotti were doing the countdown, we commented on how they did how each segment, when it went from 1 to 1, you saw those interconnections where the one person saying one dialogue and then the next panel finishes the dialogue by having somebody else say it. It was those connecting type threads. It's the same thing with each issue to issue. I was just like, I ate it up. And this definitely, I ate up because I do really dig just strong, rich Native American history, and there's just so many of the nations that are just really cool that when we open up with showing the Navajo Nation, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, this is, and you can tell that they did their research on the nation. They did, just their connection to it, and it's a true honoring of the warrior spirit and just the mindset and just the passion that they have. That this was very complimentary towards them, even though it did show them in a bad situation. But it's curious because it's a bad situation caused by the U.S. government, and it opens up because.
But it would make sense though,
right.
Because in the theme that the United States was, the ideals the United States was supposed to have, they should be embracing this people. And that's where, Sam is strategically picking people who are strong strategically for him, who add something to the team dynamic that isn't already there, but also add something to his message. Very good strategic choice. And
Black Condor.
I would read a Black Condor series now.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah.
In a heartbeat, I'd jump on it, because this guy is very similar to Sam, that he's not just a superhero with powers. He is a superhero who's strengthened by his people. He's strengthened by the beliefs and their fortitude, and just the general spirit and essence of the Navajo Nation is strengthening him. And I see so many similarities and comparisons to Sam in him that I'm like, yes, this is a cool thing. And as we said before, it starts off, he comes from, U.S. government persecution, U.S. government abuse of what is the founding, building blocks of America: freedom, hope, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. All this stuff he was born because his people were denied those.
I'm laughing just at myself. I just realized the irony of this. It's another kick butt Gray and Palmiotti winged character. I was sitting, I'm like, I would read a series with him right now, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, oh my god, it's another Hawkman archetype that these guys are just nailing, and I'm like, I love it. And he's not a Hawkman clone by any stretch.
Not at all.
No, but I was just laughing at the irony of, as I was looking at the visual of him on the cover, I'm like, oh, this is too funny.
It's funny because, when we first read this, I wasn't a Hawkamaniac. And I loved this character, so it's not even because he's a clone.
I hear you, brother.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, brother. All my little Hawkamaniacs out there. But, I better stop right now before I go way over.
Yeah.
But, I lost what I was saying, but it's, he's a cool character.
You weren't a Hawkamaniac.
I was not.
Yet, when you read this,
right? So it's not even the Hawk Wing influence or any of that stuff that made me really gravitate to this character. He is not only on the surface this powerhouse, but there's more to him. Like every other character in the series, he is layered. There's more to meets the eye. He's a transformer, if you will. And I figured I'd beat you to the punch because I saw that look in your eye because you're about to say that.
Am I that transparent to you?
Yes.
It was funny, though, when you were saying, And I totally lost my train of thought. I just realized something. I am very good at multitasking when I spew my nonsense. Because I was totally catching what you were saying at the same time spewing out completely ridiculous stuff. So
Okay. Let's go into the birth of Black Condor.
Yeah.
It was during Civil War. Okay.
Lettering, the whole layout of this whole thing. Again, I would really like to know, like, these balloons. Is that done by the letterer? I'm guessing it is. I don't know how that's laid out.
Yeah.
This was great because it really did set the mood and tone for me that we're immediately leaping into a different era because it looked decidedly different than the era.
Yeah, and coloring, definitely the coloring, they shifted the color around a little bit. The art was a consistent, same type of look, but it had a different feeling to it.
You saw who's on this page, didn't you?
I saw it, and I put the comment in there. Yeah, I kind of like that. I thought it was a really nice homage to their character they were working on,
and very fitting though. Yeah. Jonah Hex would fit in this particular era.
Yeah, so because it takes the birth of Black Condor takes place in the Wild West. Oh, yeah. It takes place during the Civil War, right after it, where the Navajo Nation was basically uprooted off of their ancestral land and put on a 300-mile death march to reservation, concentration camp, death camp, however you want to word it. It was not a good place for the people. No. They were taken away from... And here's something that they really did talk about here, which I was so glad, because a strong part of the traditional Native American religion isn't just, they don't own the land, they're part of the land. It's part of their religion. It's part of their belief structure. The home isn't just a place where you put your house up. It's, sacred to them. All land is sacred. Like, you see a lot of the classic old TV shows where, that's sacred burial ground. No, all the land is sacred to them. It's, more than just, dirt to them. It's, their home. It's their essence. It's their ancestors. It's their future generations. It's, just throw out sacred, but even that isn't strong enough of a word that it's part of their core being and belief and everything that is them. So to uproot them, to force them off their land is a huge, huge, nasty thing to do to them. And as they put them in this death march, the condors followed them. And the natives believed that the condors were, taking the souls of their dead ancestors and carrying them back to the sacred canyon. And I ate that up. I was like, yes, they would, it's their families going back home, so they can have their final rest. And I was just like, yes, this is just such a cool, cool thing. And as the story is going on, the Navajos finally are able to return back to their land. They're able to return back to their ancestral home after, surviving their occupation, only to be driven off the land by cattle rustlers. And it's your typical, greedy, power-hungry cattle rustlers who are going to try to, steal the land.
Did you say rustlers or rustlers?
I probably said, I meant to say rustlers, but I probably said wrestlers just because I'm thinking Hulkamaniacs. But it's supposed to be cattle rustlers, cattle men. Yeah. Well, hey, we're about to see a major smackdown.
Yes.
Because one of the Braves climbs the canyon walls to go to the condors to ask for strength to save his people. And while he is up there, he is... transformed by Takoto, the mystic Spider Woman.
I love this.
It's just like, yes, he's embodied with the power of wind and earth to save his people, and he comes swooping down the canyons, driving off the men who are, trying to steal their land once again and murder his people. And I was just, it had this great, great tone to it that it's, this is, you can see families, telling the story of the great black condor saving his people. And as I'm reading, that's why the artwork, it had that, that storytelling mode. It was like a dream sequence, if you will. It had the, I could see, families sitting around the fire sharing the story, the tribal elders sharing the story.
Generation.
And it had that same flow to it. It was combination mystic, combination religion, combination of he had to be one tough-ass individual to climb up a canyon wall, and they show him climbing barehanded. This wasn't back in the day of rappel and belay and all these, carabiner. No, he's doing open-handed, just climbing, and, you can tell in his mind he's probably thinking, I must save my people. I am the last hope for my kind. And I was just like, ooh, fast forward to today. We have John and I was Trujillo, but I know it's probably not. It's
it's Trujillo.
Trujillo.
We're probably butchering.
We're probably butchering it, so I'm just going to call him John.
Yeah.
I'm just going to call him John from now on because the last name we are butchering.
JT, baby.
JT, baby. They show him climbing the same cliffs, and it's at first I thought, okay, he's seeking the power, but no. He was called upon by the Spider Woman Tokotl, that there's a great spiritual famine spreading to the soul of the earth, sky, and water. The Black Condor is needed once again. He will ally himself with the spirit of the nation, and together they will restore the land and her people. And I was like, yes, this is more than just a guy wanting to be a hero. This is a man answering the call. This is a hero stepping up saying, I will do what must be done.
I love the concept. Do you accept the honor of Black Condor?
Yes.
Because that would be a position of, we're trusting you with this power. We're trusting you with this position. We're trusting you with, it's a position of respect. And he carries himself in that way. But I like that it's a tradition that's been handed down. It's
it's the legacy type thing, and and the interesting thing, they're also talking. It's until your death. This is your task. Do you accept it? It's not, hey, while you're needed. No, he is now the guardian he is now the representative of his people.
Even for as long as you want to do it. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, this is it. This is who you become now. You're basically, your life before is over. You are now the Black Condor. And I tell you, come on, how could you not eat that up? I challenge anyone not to say, "Wow, that was kind of cool." Yeah, that's a neat origin. We see a lot of origins. We see a lot of people who answer the call, who become heroes, whether it's because their parents were killed or whether because they were raised on a Kansas farm, and taught the values of truth, justice, and the American way. No, this is a guy it's all those type of things. He's seen his people persecuted. He's been raised, with the correct values, and it's time for him to step up. It's time for him to answer the call to save his people, to save his land. And I was like, yes.
Those wings are not like detachable.
Yeah, those are.
They're digging into his shoulders, digging into his bicep. I mean, it's the blood. You see it coming out. I mean, he is going through a ritual here of acceptance of almost I'm hazardous to even say a symbiotic relationship because I don't know that necessarily they're alive per se, but he's definitely going through some form of spiritual transformation here, which to me is just, I'm like, whew, is this cool or what?
I know. And that last panel where they showed Tokotl say, "Do you accept this honor?" That was another cool one for me because it's your kind of your mystic Spider Woman type thing. So she's got a little bit of female, a little bit of spider thrown in there. She's got the cool silken web, the mystic web behind her that actually does play out later on. Even they're talking about how there's the mystic threads out there that are reaching out, that are calling out to the heroes. It's Yeah, I kind of ate this up.
Yeah, it's kind of like the threads of destiny we're also seeing in Seven Soldiers. It's that theme of threads and spiders and what that means, and how we are on a threaded path. A lot of times that's what destiny is, and it's real interesting to see these themes kind of
coming back and reoccurring.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it was consciously that way, but it's interesting how those themes play out so well from both. It's funny, as we're reading this, it is. There's so many characters in this. And my preference would be more Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighter, seeing them all together. It really is. I got the same feel from this that I got with some of the characters from Seven Soldiers, in that I want to see more of them. It's funny, though, being that this is a definite team book, where you've got all of these characters interacting with each other and these dynamics, this one I really would read monthly without hesitation. But it's so well crafted as 8-issue minis that I want to see more of these too.
Yeah.
Whatever will sell. in this case. I just hope that we haven't seen, because I haven't heard anything about more.
Yeah, about a third one yet, and I hope.
And I hope the second one sold well enough to warrant a third.
Yeah,
because the second one was just as brilliant as this.
Oh God, yeah, big time.
Yeah, so I am hoping that we get more of this because it's really, really just a wonderful, wonderful, rich.
It's a rich team with a history, but they're rebuilding the history for this, team. This isn't just a flash in the pan, fly by night. This is somebody with longevity, and this current inclination of the team has the staying power. It has longevity. It will hold up to the test of time. And I was just like, yeah, Uncle Sam, this is cool. Mm-hmm. This leads us right to the Freedom Fighters actually going to Sam. They borrowed a jet from Shade, and as they're flying there, you get some more interaction between the team. And once again, we see that, Stormy isn't completely sold on Sam's line. She is still protective of her father. This is her father, after all. She's like, hey, he's got to be mind-controlled, or Father Time is doing something. I know my dad. My dad isn't an evil guy. He wouldn't try to stop freedom. He believes in it. He's fought for freedom. He's fought hard for people's rights and civil liberties and all this stuff, and she knows her father. And just as Sam...
But she trusts and respects Sam enough to be honest and upfront with him.
Yeah.
And that I really like, because it shows a strength of character of Sam and a strength of character in her and her respect for that relationship with him, which really worked for me. Because I'm sitting there, I'm like, wow, that's an interesting level of relationship there, because I actually would have had a lot of disrespect for her if she wasn't responding this way.
Yeah, and it's that open communication, just the dialogue between the different team members is the strength of this team. We get a lot of little funny moments. You get a couple little, sexual innuendos thrown out there. But as a whole, you do get cool, open dialogue. You're not going to have one team member surprised by someone's reaction because they're being upfront and honest with each other. And I don't know if that's Sam's influence. Maybe, if it's the spirit that Sam's bringing to him, or if it's just who these people are, if it's Sam's leadership. Because Sam's being open.
Both.
So it's,
Because, see, at least, I don't know, maybe just, this is where my head's at. I mean, tell me if you disagree with it, it doesn't matter to me. But I look at it as a good leader inspires the best qualities that are already there. You can't make somebody something that they're inherently not. You can pull out qualities, though, that maybe that they haven't used or they haven't relied on or didn't realize that are there in them. Some people have strong character qualities, though, that they aren't using, they haven't had opportunities to use, they don't realize that other people have, they haven't seen them in others. So I think a lot of what he's doing right now is he's drawing from all of them qualities that the others are seeing now for a fresh look at a person, in their relationships. I think we see it the most in the relationship between the Ray and the Human Bomb.
Yeah.
And how much we see that changing gradually along the way. I think because we see Sam drawing out different qualities from these characters that they didn't see in each other before. Now they're seeing themselves the way that Sam does. I mean, meaning the Ray sees the Human Bomb and the Human Bomb sees the Ray in ways that Sam sees them. And yet neither of them are willing to quite out and out admit it. And I like that. I really like that about this team. The other thing I liked here with this exchange between Sam and Stormy, Sam's ready to tell her what's really going on, and he's cut off.
Yeah, I thought that was cool, because at first when I saw him doing that, I'm like, dude, I don't know if this is a good time. And then I started thinking about it. One of the things Sam always says is, I'll never lie to you. Mm-hmm. I won't keep secrets from you. I am, that is, the freedom, the spirit, the essence of what is pure and good. Mm-hmm. You have to be open and honest. And I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. But they are cut off by Shade, as Shade wasn't just about to let them go free. And we have a nice offensive movement coming at him. Ray moves in to intercept, and as tough as Ray is, he does have his weaknesses. He does have his moments, and we start to see some of the inner dialogues and just the thinking of Ray. And once again, it's more fleshing out of this character who was, this smarmy, arrogant kind of guy where, we're still seeing some of that arrogance, but we're seeing kind of like, I want to say a maturity in a way. It's kind of cool because he's talking about how this isn't how it was supposed to be. I was supposed to be a shining example of the right way to live. I'm supposed to control the influx of illegal immigrants and encourage a return of traditional moral value while ignoring those values from my personal life. But so there's the good and bad kind of flowing with him. He's not just, he is about he doesn't want the perks of it, because he talks about how that's some of the perks of this job. Being a spy is I get to eat the fancy duck à l'orange with orange pine nut sauce and enjoy the company of beautiful it's attractive dim-witted lady whose name I can't remember. So it's there is the arrogance, but you also see there's he wants something more out of it. And some of the stuff we're going to see later from Ray, a lot of this dialogue, I'm like, oh, okay, I see this now.
Right.
Because there is good, but there is the touch of the wrong side to him. There is, still that balance. He's not Lester Colt. He's not Stormy. He's not Firebrand. He's not into the purity and the spirit of the freedom fighters, but there is something good there.
Right.
Is it enough for Sam to bring that good out of him? Is it enough? And that's the thing where we're going to see the growth in development in Ray. Can Sam bring out the good, or is Ray too far gone? And and of course, as we're talking, we talk about nice, funny paragraph and inner dialogue. As Ray's going through this whole inner montage, we see the entire time he wasn't speaking to himself. He was openly talking to himself, and the comm link was on, so everybody just heard what he said. I fell off my chair laughing. I was like, yes, because how many times have you done something where you said something, you're like, I said that out loud, didn't I? Yes, you did. Oh, it's the little funny bits of thrown in with the action, thrown in with the seriousness, thrown in with the drama that is part of my enjoyment for this Freedom Fighters.
The funny, when you were getting to that part with Ray, I like the bit where Sam and Firebrand and Phantom Lady and Dollman escape. This is where we learn a little bit about Sam, because we haven't seen too much of Sam from a power standpoint, where we see the fact that Sam can change his size and can shift that, and that's something that he can't fly, but he's able to then what we would consider to be a huge distance. Well, when you're a certain height,
and
not really proportionately.
Yeah, and it's funny because we see him grow, and my first thought was he grows to as big as the Grand Canyon. Or it's as big as Mount Rushmore. It's like the essence of America. You have the mountain ranges in there, so naturally Sam would be able to get as big as a mountain range and as powerful as the Alleghenies or the Rockies. And that kind of that was the stuff that was going through my head as we saw Sam do that, and I was like, that's kind of cool. Once again, we do get the human bomb opens up a little bit of explosion, and here's the thing where we start seeing some little bit more interaction between Ray and Human Bomb. Because, Human Bomb's like, okay, everybody, clear out. I'm going nuclear. Boom. Detonates and wipes out pretty much the entire Air Force following them. After this explosion, Ray's going in to find him, and he's like, hey, Andy, are you there? Talk to me, Andy. Where are you? And part of it is
Andy. Once again,
Andy, not Bomb.
There's
not
a personification.
Freak, not anything. Right. It's his personal name. So you're like, okay, and then Bomb's like, hey, I'm here. Don't worry, I'm okay. Thanks for your concern. And immediately Ray's got to back off a little. Kind of a little smarmy comment just about, I just didn't want you to stumble on you and have you explode again. But it's you still.
But from his inner dialogue, you also see, I used to hate going on missions. Used to hate was issue 1.
Yeah. So we're seeing this change in Ray towards the Human Bomb. A guy he basically called the freak to his face, saying, I don't want to work with this guy.
Now he's Andy.
Now he's Andy. Now he's his buddy. Now he has some concern for him. And I was like, cool. We're seeing, goodness in Ray come out. We're starting to see this guy, maybe turn the corner. Maybe we're going to start seeing a cool, partnership or hanging out, buddying between Human Bomb and Ray. I was like, yeah, I'm liking this. This is all right. This is, we're seeing the team jive. And I was like, yes, it's a building thing. We're issue 3. They're not going to have the initial gelling, but over time it's going to develop. And it's also through adversity that they're developing. They realize we are stronger as a team. We need to act as one. one. We're not individuals. We are the freedom fighters. And I was just like, yeah, that's the kind of team I want. I want a strong team, but it's strong because the members are stronger together, not because they're all strong powerhouses. That's the true strength of a team, and we're seeing this develop right before our eyes, which for me was a cool thing. Plus, you have to love the characters who recognize, that they're in trouble, because as the team who bailed out of the plane, kind of like it's a frying pan into the fire, as Lester calls for backup, calling for Ray and Human Bomb, saying, hey, we need you down here. And once again, you got to recognize that you need your powerhouse. Human Bomb, Ray, those are two big powerhouses on this team, so naturally they're going to call them down.
And I like how he did that, too. Like, everyone get behind me. It shows he does. Listen to Sam. Sam told him, control.
Yeah.
And that's a very controlled strike. Concern for his teammates, where they're at. What are my powers going to do? How can they be most effective?
And it's not just a boom nuclear blast. It's a punch to the ground. It sends the shockwaves. Then after that, it's one of those thunderclaps. When they're not just going to back down, even Sam and the rest of the team have to jump in. But they're trying to minimize casualties. They're not trying to destroy them.
Never learn. Then we'll keep teaching them the error of their ways. But Firebrand for me is my eyes into this story. Because his dialogue here, man, this is awesome. This is exactly why I had to get out of Dirtwater, Kansas. And you take a look, just this, I'm like, yes, yes, yes. You get these moments where we talk about the reality of being a superhero, but then there's those rush moments where I'm like, you know what? There are moments where it's really cool.
Yeah. It was kind of funny because we see, when right after that line with Firebrand was like, this is why I had to get out of Dirtwater, Kansas. Stormy comes back right, oh, that's where you're from? Wow. It just kind of the little funny cues between the two of them, the little banter that's starting to develop between these two that started off with a nice little connection in the beginning. And, as you start to see maybe what's going to be...
It's, again, tied to Battle for Bloodhaven because of the history.
Right.
She thought he was from
Bloodhaven. Right. So it's...
Nice little nod back to the fact that we're learning a little bit more about him and what his deal was prior to, his appearances in that book.
Now, as we're just about to get some, witty banter between the heroes, we get a whole nother introduction of a whole new force. And it's not just these ground shade troops. Those are the pawns. That's what you do. You send your pawns in for the slaughter, and then you send in your real fighting force. And that's what we get as we see the new superhero shade team First Strike arrive. First thing they do, boom, Human Bomb, Stormy, dropped immediately. Which I like the fact that they went after the Human Bomb first. He is their most dangerous force. You take out your powerhouse initially. That's, they had the blind strike. Freedom fighters had no idea they were coming in, so boom, take out the guy who can go nuclear, who can vaporize you all immediately. I ate that up. I was like... Nice little... So they never actually said that's why they're doing it, but I could tell that's what they did. And it was a great usage of the team. Mm-hmm. Another thing I liked is this First Strike, they weren't just cookie-cutter villains. They gave these guys individual personalities. They made them not just, the blah-ha-ha or the evil freedom fighters. No! They're their own team. Chief Justice, Spin Doctor, Propaganda, Embargo. And even when they first initially do the opening, you see Sam try to talk to them like, no. This is how we're going to do it. We're taking you down. You are prisoners. Surrender now. And they're giving and it's both teams are giving the other team a chance to surrender, which I kind of like the fact that we see that because initially this team isn't, the darker First Strike team that we're going to see later on. This team does. I would say in time, Sam would be able to get to this team. Sam would be able to convince them, hey, it's time to join up with us. See the error of your ways. I could see them crossing over the line to Sam. And I like the fact that we get this type of personality.
Do you think Father Time would let them live?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
We'll see later on how he deals with failures.
Right.
It's...
I do like the idea behind, Spin Doctor... and Propaganda and Embargo, and Chief Justice, Chief Justice is the one, he is the Chief Justice.
He's the leader. He's the powerhouse.
But also, he is all about justice, meting out what he believes is his brand of justice. And, that's why he's following what Father's Time's orders are. I may not agree with them, but, have to execute them. And, Spin Doctor's the new speedster. And, they really are crafted to...
Yeah, and they were designed to take down the freedom fighters, and I like that. We see this initial battle, which is some great, fight sequencing, because, it's bam, 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 one after another. Embargo, blocks the Firebrand with her energy shields. Spin Doctor, is going up against one-on-one with the Ray. Chief Justice is using his energy / light beams, whatever you want to call it, to take out Stormy.
I'm a big fan of heroes and villains making fun of their own witty banner.
Yeah.
So I really enjoyed when they were doing those little bits, too. This too comfortable on both sides of them. This must have been the witty banner that Chief Justice was talking about.
Yeah.
I must say I'm not finding it very funny.
And normally this kind of situation calls for tough talk and an appeal to surrender, followed by an exchange of witty banter before we get down to the business of killing. There was some nice little banter going back and forth. It's because in a way these are both good guys. These aren't good guy versus evil guy. This is two hero teams, two teams doing what they think is right, fighting. So you're going to have that. You're not going to have the evil laughter type things. So I was like, I liked it. And seeing, the freedom fighters get taken down in this was also a nice, cool way of dealing with this, because Chief Justice blasts Firebrand. You get Propaganda using his mental powers to just flood Sam's mind with images that undermine his free will, subjugate your ideology, and crush your opinion of self-worth. Talk about appropriate name calling someone called Propaganda for that. That was just
going back to World War II as well.
Yeah, and pulling up there was some Hitler there. There was a little bit of the I'm drawing a blank on Mao. Thank you. And it's nice way to actually show how this team is working. You got the right, and it's kind of cool because the way the issue ends. Well. Yeah, the way this issue ends, we see, the arrival of Black Condor, and it's one of those right on cue moments. The freedom fighters are down.
I like how you said that too, because it really is an arrival.
Yeah, freedom fighters are down. You see, First Strike's kind of gloating. Gusts of wind starts billowing up.
Feathers in the wind. Feathers in the wind.
Embargo, shields up. They put the shields up, and then boom, you see Condor standing there. It was just like. Ooh.
But I like that. We're under attack from what?
Me. Yeah. And it just, you can hear that boom, that bass voice of his, it kind of like rocks you. Now, the issue actually doesn't end there. We do get a nice little thing where it's more of the Father Time playing on, people's fears. It's the introduction, politics, but it's also a personal attack on Sam. Mm-hmm. Now, if you remember from that first issue when we see Firebrand, where he's proclaiming Uncle Sam is coming, Father Time uses that, where he has these people / robots with those I Want You posters. They're prophesizing the coming of Sam. Very similar to what Firebrand was doing. Saying how Uncle Sam is coming. Uncle Sam will do this. Uncle Sam will do that. And it's just feeding the propaganda, feeding the fear. They're in major cities throughout the DC universe. Metropolis, Gotham, Keystone. You pick it, they're there. And then right on cue, they all, boom, explode. And you can tell it's huge, massive personal damage. They're inside crowded, areas with a high civilian casualties. Great way to really just beef up people's fear, but it's the main fear of Uncle Sam is coming after you. Uncle Sam isn't a hero. Uncle Sam's a terrorist. And great way to just instill that fear.
And undermines, really, the objectives of Sam with inspiration. I love seeing Replicant, too. Especially with what we see. We've seen Replicant other times.
Right, yeah.
Recently, and it's interesting to see Replicant here in this particular kind of setting.
Yeah. Heading on to issue 4, it opens up, and this is a cool thing.
Oh, dude.
Again, cover. Sorry.
No, it's fun. These covers really, they stood out for me, and it was really interesting. Each one of them was very dynamic in their presentation. We see this again, awesome Uncle Sam, really just the larger than a jetliner, in the United States.
And you can clearly see that it's Air Force One.
Yeah, and Sam's ready to grab it.
You know what's coming. It's Sam's going after Gonzo. And I was like, yes, I wanted to see that. And when I saw this issue, I was like, oh, this is going to be a cool one. Because it's going to be something's going to happen here. There's going to be a nice throwdown. There's going to be a pretty cool fight.
And you would really think, let's be honest, if he's going to go after a Muppet, wouldn't you start with Waldorf and Stafford?
See, actually, I'd get them on my side because
so?
they're anti-Muppets. They're really, you think about it, those are the guys
So you think that Uncle Sam has an anti-Muppet agenda?
Well, I'm thinking, if anything, Uncle Sam looks a little bit like those two. So maybe he's buddies with them.
You think?
They're all a little bit older guys. They all have the white hair. So maybe he could appeal to them.
Enough of these talking dogs and stuff like that.
Yeah, enough of these,
stuffed.
Yeah. Join my side. Join my
plush.
team. Right.
No more plush.
Right.
Right.
Oh, God.
See, I was thinking Father Time was more with them, but I can see what you're saying right now.
Yeah. Well, see, Father Time also has the old guy look.
Well, but Father Time is hanging with Gonzo.
Yeah, see.
Yeah.
And it's a toughie. It's a throw-up. Now, where would Kermit... Now, where does Kermit fit in?
Well...
Because Kermit is the ultimate good guy.
It's not easy being
He's
green.
the hero.
Yeah.
He is the hero. But he's loyal to his friends. So he would be loyal to Gonzo, but he would recognize that Gonzo's making a mistake.
But he would buy into the fear because he does know it's not easy being green. So, he would be somebody that I think, surprisingly, he would be swayed by Father Time.
No, I don't know. Because
it isn't easy being green.
It's not easy being green, but,
Would you think Sam would inspire him?
Well, it's the whole... Sam would have the whole rainbow... Sam would have the rainbow connection, baby. You got to tell me the Heartland does not have rainbows throughout it. That's
then the whole Waldorf and Stafford thing falls apart then.
Yeah.
They're with Father Time.
They're definitely with Father Time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so...
Which means this really, realistically, if they do a third arc, this whole thing, it could be like the redemption of Gonzo.
He's Darth Gonzo.
Chickens.
Tell Kermit, you were right.
Okay. You were right about me.
I can feel the good in you. It's conflicting. Fight it, Gonzo. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah.
We're getting slap happy.
Really? Yeah. But, okay.
It's another raging marathon.
Hey, man. But hey, we got
this is good. This is really good stuff. Joust, do it, baby. Just joust, do it. No, it's right here with Knight.
I know.
Like in here. Go ahead. It's right here. Joust, do it. That's one of his Joust.
Oh,
UST.
Okay, on the poster. Okay, I'm like, what are you talking? Knight never said anything like that.
No, but it's his whole He's a knight. Knight playing off the whole Knight theme. It's right here.
Oh, Joust, do it. I didn't even. I'll tell you right now, I didn't even notice it because
Knight makes right.
I saw the Knight makes right.
Yeah.
And I like that.
Joust, do it, baby.
Yeah. Well, the issue opens up, and it's going back and forth between Condor versus First Strike and Gonzo being sworn in as president. Mm-hmm. You see Gonzo blaming the suicide bombs on Sam, and he's talking about how he's trying to use the tragedy of losing his daughter to these terrorists to basically endure him into the American public. I have lost a daughter, but gained a nation's trust. Plus, you see him using the classic politician speak. It's, I am humbled by your confidence, and I want to assure you my goal is to protect the protection of the American people. And
you know why he won? It was a surprise out of nowhere announcement of Scooter being his VP.
Scooter, well, I could see that. Scooter's
really,
endearing.
Wouldn't you? Scooter's one of those people. Scooter's,
Hey, he's
your buddy. He's your friend.
I was thinking he went with Miss Piggy.
You think so?
Bring in the strong women vote. It could work. Think about it. And I could see the vice presidential debate. The person starts walking. She's like, bam, and smacks him across the room. Done. Debate over. Miss Piggy just won.
I got to admit, and this actually is a sad state of affairs for me. I would probably vote for her just on general principle of doing that at the vice presidential debate.
Oh God, yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah,
yeah.
Just to say we did. I mean, we'd be a joke to every other country, but why not?
Hey, most of the countries in the world laugh us and hate us anyway. So we might as well have a president and vice president to have some style.
You got to admit, if we had a Muppet as president, people. I mean, how you gonna hate a Muppet?
That's true.
A country run by Muppets. They'll laugh at us, but they'll probably laugh with us too.
Can someone listening please tell me how we got on this tangent? Because I've honestly lost complete control of where we're going with this. This is one of those, holy crud, where did we go wrong? Oh my God.
Hey, at least we're not going into who the cabinet would be. Animal! Secretary of Defense?
Oh, yeah, baby! Oh, yeah.
All right, let's go.
Okay. As we're saying this, Condor goes on the offensive, and he starts just taking down First Strike, and you got opens up with shattering of Embargo's force fields, and Propaganda goes to move into attack, and Human Bomb steps in and fries him. Once again, we see Bomb take a life, but it's not out of mistake, error. He recognizes the levels that Propaganda brings. He recognizes what's about to happen, what's at stake here. And I thought that was a cool thing for him. Because not only that, but it was, kind of like it reminded me a lot of like Midnighter. Just where he knows what he's got to do. He's got to take that little extra step. Granted, there's a lot of heroes I never want to see kill. I never want to see Superman kill. Oh, no. I wouldn't want to see Uncle Sam kill. But Human Bomb, I recognize that, and also, he uses some
completely okay with us.
He uses some great, just intimidation dialogue. It's like run and live, stay and die, your choice. And it was just the way it was drawn, the way he looked. He had that. Okay, this is another badass. This is why they took him down initially, because of that power levels, because of what he can do. And he opened up saying, "Hey, you know what? If I have to, I'll do this."
I was glad to see it wasn't all Black Condor.
Yeah.
I liked what they did with Black Condor, and I liked how they showed him as a very, very powerful player. But I also liked that we saw that Condor's winning was due in part to Human Bomb as well. And I really liked that interplay, that he provided the distraction to allow Human Bomb to react. It's a good team dynamic.
Right. And I tell you, and throughout this, we're talking, as we said, it's more of Gonzo's speech as this fighting's going on. And I really dig that because we see him instilling more of fear and suspending freedom. He's talking about how we need to get the metahuman community working with the government, and not just a bunch of vigilantes. Yes, we have to suspend some freedoms for wiretaps and biometrics, but it's necessary for our safety. To preserve our way of life, we must make concessions. You are either for America or you are for eternal darkness. And I love the throwing in there about the America love it or leave it type speech. There is that, oh God, no. This once again is another visual thing in the comic because Sean started typing away and he just pulled up a Wikipedia entry on the president of in Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters.
Uh-huh.
Gonzo the Great.
And his wife, Camilla.
Yeah.
I love this book. I really do.
I know.
I find this... It's funny. When I was reading it, I caught the name Gonzo, and sure, my mind immediately went there. But it's funny, us talking about it now. I'm just having the Muppet thing I'm finding so funny. But... One of the things I really like about Black Condor is his presence, the way that he carries himself, because we see him. Here's Embargo. she can put this complete shield around herself and really held off Firebrand and, the whole team and all that stuff. She's in like a gerbil ball right now with Black Condor just taking her apart. Spin Doctor comes up behind him. I'm going to twist his head off. He turns around. I am the Black Condor. Chud. As he knocks his mask clean off. I draw my strength from the earth below and the sky above. Collect your men and leave this canyon, or far worse things will happen to you. But then to even take it one step further, Human Bomb is standing right there, and people think I'm scary.
Yeah, but add on to it, they're sitting there as they're leaving, because they do make the right choice to get out.
Oh, yeah.
Because especially because the rest of the freedom fighters are now recovering. You have 2 people down, and the team's recovering. You need to regroup. And he's like, this isn't over. Time will send an army after you. Then I will paint my face with the blood of my enemies. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, that's intimidation. That is just I was digging that with, we're talking just, it's funny because we compare him a minute ago to Hawkman. I kind of compare him a lot more to Midnighter, just because he's got that same type of power. He's got that same type of presence to him where he is a killing machine. He will take a life if necessary. It's the warrior code. It's the Amazon code, if you will. There's so many characters that this guy reminds me of as I start talking about him. He's got that passion, that power, that presence, that, whatnot, that is a warrior.
Yes, he's oozing with whatnot.
Hey, most of us do.
Right.
But, of course,
then we get some salve.
But he's not... It's funny, because, in a way, he's not a strong team player initially.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
Phantom Lady's reaction to the blood comment. Okay, I hope that blood comment was just for dramatic effect. Otherwise, ew. It was just... Again, humor at the appropriate moments where it fits the whole sequence of events. This book really does have nice balance, nice pacing, and there's certain characters, she's in awe of him as well. Yeah. While he might not have much when it comes to tact, he's definitely got the raw sexuality working for him. And whew.
Yeah, he's like, Ray, you may lose some of your female fans to this one. And there is a definite... He's already starting... He's not initially the most endearing to the team, because he's basically says, aside from the exploding one, the rest of you are useless. And even when the team's like, hey, what's going on here? Sam's like, no. We weren't fighting like a team. We got taken down like second-rate amateurs. We need to work together. He was right. We got to fight together. We have to stand strong because there's too much at stake. Once again, Sam being the motivator. Sam being the leader.
And he's complaining that they're fighting like a bunch of headless chickens, which would be exactly what Gonzo would want, because he knows the strength of full-blown strong chickens. So I like, though, that you get the Ray here. Did the guy sporting the feather boa just insult us?
Yeah. Now, after the fight, we do finally get the big reveal to Stormy. Sam does let her know what happened to her father. And initially, you can see she still isn't accepting of it. She still has got to believe, no, you got to be wrong about this one, Sam.
Human denial.
Right.
Human denial.
We talk about the stages of grief. First one is denial. She's got to be in denial. You've just been told your father's been murdered and that he's been replaced by some evil mutant robot. But let's take it another level. That evil mutant robot is really some alien mutant robot created by the math magicians of the anti-life equation. And while Father Time thinks he's the puppet master controlling him, he's not. Gonzo is in charge of his own destiny. He's got his own plans. So now, not only do we have to worry about Father Time's agenda, we have to worry about Gonzo's agenda. What does he have in plan? What is he going to do? Because that's even more darkness coming through.
All comes back to chemo, too, and how that event is still having an aftermath and effect in there. So
it's all comes down. And once again, we also see there is more of the mystic webs of everything is interconnected, and just about not just one little event. It's about this building on that, about this on that. There's so much more to what they're up against that they don't even know yet. It's going to build. It's kind of like one of those things where get ready, it's going to get worse. We have to be prepared for this. That's why we have to take this down. And that actually leads us to why Sam's like, hey, enough of this. We got to take the fight to them. We can't be reacting. We can't hang back. We got to do what's right. We got to step it up right now. It's time to throw down. It's time to do what's, has to come. And I kind of like that. You see, it's time. We got to do this. And
but also why?
Yeah.
He already knows that he's been discredited.
Yeah, and it's...
and it's that connection that he has to the land, the rivers, the mountains, the cities, everything. It all speaks to him. And I liked that. I'm one with the land. He's the spirit of America. And that is a cool concept in this day and age.
Yeah.
So I really, really enjoy that.
Yeah, he is everything that we are. And it's a makeup of all that. So, yeah, it fits in who we've seen so far. And, it's... one of those things where I always wondered if they ever have Sam's powers laid out completely or if they've kept him kind of open-ended to manipulate something that fits. I don't know if there's Superman, his powers are laid out pretty much. We know exactly what he can do, when he can do. Now, we've seen variations on how he uses it. Sure. With his super hearing he uses differently, his supervision he uses differently, but I don't think we have that concrete of a layout of Sam. No. He's the spirit of America. So as America changes, he will change. He will improvise, adapt, overcome to the scenario, be the strength that we need. And I like that about this character.
I liked how the team starts talking about limitations they have right now, especially Human Bomb.
Oh, yeah. A little slight problem with Human Bomb. Mm-hmm. If he doesn't continue taking his medicines, he will explode. Mm-hmm. And the medicines, of course, are in the Shade Laboratory. So they're like, we got a slight problem here.
But I like how it's just there's a plan in motion.
Yeah.
And there's a strategy going on here with this group, and they're setting themselves up first. It's not, a half-hearted runoff and let's just go and rally and hoorah, attack and all that stuff. We're setting up for a long-term plan of attack to make sure we win this thing.
Hey, well, what's the fourth rule of magic? Preparation.
Yeah,
right.
So,
yeah, and it's a good sign of a good team that they're going to think ahead and they're going to plan this out. As they kind of have the transportation covered by Stormy. And once again, we see Stormy flexing her muscles, flexing her science muscle, flexing the brain, thinking, okay, I've been working with my bands. I think I can do this, where I can open up a portal to the third dimension.
Coloring effects on this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my. Does this look really cool?
Yeah, because as they enter this other dimension, things are going to look differently, and we see that reflecting in here. I like that. It's once again, we saw with the background story of Black Condor where they changed things up. With the third dimension, same thing changing up. And it's a nice flow through, and it makes sense. Now, as the team's going through the third dimension, we see First Strike give Father Time a briefing on what happened. And I'll tell you something, I was very surprised by the understanding and concerned nature of Father Time for what happened to his team.
Daniel Acuna did the colors. No, I'm looking, I'm sorry, I'm looking, because the colors, I'm just looking here, it says art and cover by Daniel Acuna. He did the colors.
Really?
Because I don't see any reference to anybody else. There's words by Justin Gray and Jimmy.
Well, in the first issue, the colors were done by Javier Montes.
Yeah, it's in the back of this one. It says a call to arms. Words Justin Gray, Jimmy Pagliatti. Art and cover by Daniel Acuna. I don't know.
Maybe he did all the colors. Then. Maybe for these issues, then he shifted.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just looking because I really kind of appreciated that part.
Yeah,
and you're right about.
Yeah, Father Time.
I wasn't ignoring you with that. I literally, because we've just been talking so much about the colors, because really the colors are very rich.
Yeah.
But you're right. He goes over there and, yeah.
He's like, pick a finger. And usually when you see that, you're thinking, okay, he's going to break a finger. Wow. No, Father Time ripped the finger off the hand. Mm-hmm. And I was like what? And I'll tell you right now.
And he got the better end of the deal.
Yeah, because they're introduced to the new team leader, American Commando. And, well, so much for Spin Doctor. And kind of see, Spin, it's funny, because, Spin Doctor does wear a red shirt on his uniform, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because that was just a vicious, gory grab by the throat, probably crush the skull, maybe snap the neck, maybe a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, but we definitely get a vicious death. And normally I get upset when my villains just arbitrarily kill off a member of their team. I'm like, that's wasted resources.
This wasn't arbitrary here, dude. I need a volunteer. And I know this is where you're going with this. And you stepped right up. I like that kind of initiative. Allow me to illustrate the pecking order on this team. There's me, and then, well, there's just me.
Yeah.
I want intel on the Freedom Fighters and whatever we have on Black Condor, and I'll need a new Spin Doctor, something cold-blooded, pretty, and petite, preferably mute. I mean, just, yes, sir, whatever you want.
It fit, and it did fit him. And I like the fact, because they could create a new Spin Doctor without even a second hesitation, there is no delay on rebuilding up the team.
It makes everybody expendable.
Yeah. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was on this team, I would have been like, yes, sir, snap to. But the second I ran into Uncle Sam, I would change sides. I would join Sam in a heartbeat. If I saw not only the Father Time rip my finger off, but see this lunatic kill Spin Doctor, I'm like, okay, there's no loyalty on this team. I'm not sticking here. My life is very expendable here. I got a better shot at being on Sam's team.
Dude, I'm joining the super young team. I'm not going, wait, Uncle Sam, you're going to be somewhere caught in the crossfires? Because, wait, if I'm going to be in there, I'm going to be some red shirt as well. Okay? Because, nobody's going to care, who I am or something like that. I'm going to be on the super young team and maybe hide in the trunk or something.
Okay, that's another plan too. Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, they're ripping fingers off and crushing heads and stuff
human
like
bombs blowing people up. So
it's
really, not a safe thing being on either team right now.
No, it really is not. You know, it's unless you're Uncle Sam,
right?
You're pretty. Because you're Uncle Sam, and the Freedom Fighters really implies that even they don't have to be the same crew of people.
Yeah, well, considering this crew of Freedom Fighters are a new crew of Freedom Fighters, so it's they are expendable.
Sure.
So
not that the super young team is so much safer, but I'm assuming the guy who hides in the trunk of the super young team is going to slip far enough under the radar that nobody's going to care to hear my epilogue. Just thinking.
Hey, just thinking there. Hey, you got it's a definite plan.
It's a little outside the box.
Yeah, it's a lot outside the box. Not the most declaration of bravery I've ever heard, but you know what? Hey, who am I to judge?
Dude, when you're getting your head crushed because of your bravery, I'll be laughing my butt off watching it on my PSP in the trunk of the super young team's vehicle. I'll be like, oh, he's so brave. And he's wallpaper.
At least I'll die with honor. Today is a good day to die.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, how honorable is Spin Doctor?
Well, that's why first rule in military is keep your mouth shut.
This next sequence, dude, I really, really liked. Because I'm with you. Part of the strength of these characters has been their internal dialogue, getting to know them, getting attached to them. So it really is to the point right now where, to me, the Freedom Fighters, all kidding aside, are not expendable. Especially people like Dollman. I really, really like him. So seeing this relationship right here, that's where it goes to. Go to the person Emma Glenn. We need her because of her expertise.
Yeah.
And she can be trusted.
And there's also the connection with Lester, and Sam knows about Lester's feelings towards her because he knows everything because he is, Uncle Sam. And that's just once again, boom. Lester shows up, you got to trust me. Just trust me on this and come with us. And she's like, I got a job, I got a house. And Stormy's like, well, we'll take the house with us. Boom. Invokes the whole thing, sucks it into the heartland, and once it was just that cool thing where you gotta trust me, and it's that connection, the love between the two of them, where she's gonna blindly jump and blindly leap when he says you gotta trust me. Next, we go over to, we see Stormy, Firebrand, and Human Bomb go over to the Shade headquarters. And they're like, okay, everybody, get out now. Because not only do you need Emma, but you need her resources. You need the drugs so Human Bomb doesn't explode. Once again, Stormy opening up, flexing some power muscle, snatches the whole building. Two really cool moves. We see the team building themselves up. It's not just about being brave. It's not just about having the guts. You got to have the brains as well. They need the equipment for Human Bomb. They need the equipment for Lester. They need a team base of operations. Yeah, the Heartland's cool.
They need to be completely independent from reliance on anybody or anything else other than the team and the goals of the team.
Exactly. And it's plus
in many ways this is their declaration of independence.
Yes.
And I love that. I'm like, oh, it's like we are the freedom fighters. We are breaking away from you, and we are going to show you a better way. We are going to be the inspiration to rally America back to where it should be, to an awareness of what its goals should be.
And throughout all this, even it's not only, but we also see the declaration of love by Lester and Emma, because in the Heartland, Lester is normal size. He's not his little 6-inch doll man anymore. He can be his regular self. Those two can be together. They can have their place in time. This is their destiny. This is who they can be, and it's like, oh, I like that. It was one of those things where they didn't have to throw it in the issue.
No.
But because they did, it just adds one more piece that you're like, yes, this is a building of a team. Of course, as soon as I saw that, I don't know about you, but me being the grim person I am, I immediately thought either Emma or Lester's dead.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, okay, they're toast.
Yeah.
It's kind of stinks, but
it's kind of the cynical thing whenever you see a
the cynic in me. I saw that, I'm like, man.
Unless it's somebody that's been established for so many years, it's something's going to happen.
You knew, I had money.
And I was like hoping against hope. I'm like, I hope I'm reading this wrong. Who's Gonzo? I'll explain everything at the lab. I've got the DVD set.
Well, speaking of Gonzo, we head over to Air Force One, and we kind of see, we really get a good glimpse at how much of an SOB Gonzo is, because, as his cabinet is briefing him on the problems they're having in Iraq, we're seeing they're developing weapons of mass destruction. They're developing a nuclear program. What's his solution? Carpet bomb the whole country, level it. Better yet, have Shade send in a covert team in to cause one of the reactors to melt down. And as his people like, sir, you can't do that. He's like, he tells his one female advisor, shut your lipstick hole. Your president is making an executive decision on foreign policy. And I was like, oh man, this is just a really cool villain because, we're seeing, he's an SOB. We're seeing just this level of evil, power corrupts type thing. And you can tell going through the minds of his advisors, like, is this the guy we elected? Oh my God, what are we going to do? But he's the president. Maybe we convince him not to go through with his plan. And you can.
We're also seeing him here, though, a thirst for power and something where he's coming, I think, a little bit out of control, a little unhinged. One thing I want to comment on, and this is something in art for me, the face, we use that all for expression. And it really is, in comics, I think your best artists, in their own unique style and their own unique presentation, find ways to use facial expressions and the way, a face projects emotion and situations and a presence in their own way. It is so well used on this page where we're looking at surprise, shock, evil, intention, and vicious confidence, along with pure surprise. And it's just one, panel to panel. It's just amazing.
And one of the things we're going to talk about art is I like how with Gonzo, when they show him, he doesn't have these stereotypical evil red eyes. He's got these bright, blue eyes that just kind of resonate for me, even because he's got this creepy look on his face, the creepy grin that he gets, but you see this pop of blue color that just like, oh man, that just adds to just the creep level of him, because his eyes aren't normal. That's not a normal. If you look at everyone else around him, there's something supernatural about him just in his eyes. I was like, oh, that's nice coloring, nice just overall artwork.
Is it Grack and Trinity that's sitting on the shoulder of... Convict, right? Yeah, Grack. I take it back. Remember I said I was going to hide in the Super Young team's trunk? Yeah. I take it back. I want to be the guy to stand on Uncle Sam's shoulder and go, yeah! You take that, Air Force One! I want to be his Grack.
You want to be Uncle Sam's Grack?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you hide in Uncle Sam's hat?
Yeah!
There you go. Kind of like, Captain Carrot does in Zatanna's hat.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Settle down, fellers, and kill the engines. You're going to have to make an emergency landing. I mean, look, dude's going to catch them.
Yeah,
how cool is that?
Yeah, and that's they did a 2-page spread showing this massive, giant Sam catching Air Force One like a football. I was like, yes,
Score. No, it really is. It's very, it's a nice showing of just a different use of his power. He's got, it's got this colossal, boy thing going on, but it's so different because of his presence and the way he carries himself. That's no insult to the Legionnaire. It's just a different way of presenting this type of thing. And with his spirit and his connection to the land, it really is the sun in the background with him. This was really a good choice of art, coloring, everything. Breathtaking.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And
you talk about posters.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that'd be a cool poster.
Hoorah.
That'd be a cool one there, too, as well. Nice. Because you look at the intensity on Sam's face. Yeah. And as we see, he said before, we're taking the fight to them. It's time to throw down, and this is where he's going to do it. Gonzo's in the plane. Sam's like, okay, time to throw. And as soon as they're being overtaken, Stormy goes in. She's got to confront her dad. She's got to be 100% certain. She's like, Dad, what's going on here? Sam says you're a robot. He's like, well, honey, I told you never talk to strangers. And as she scans him, she realizes that, everything that Sam said was true. Her dad, this isn't her dad. This is a robot, which obviously she knows in her head, my dad is now dead. And Gonzo, being the evil thing that he is, more just that creepy, funny / banter dialogue. Oh no, you've discovered my secret. Whatever shall I do? I know, repeatedly kick you in the birth canal until you hemorrhage. Won't that be fun? And he's got that grin on his face and just...
He's nuts.
He's nuts. Sam said it earlier, how Gonzo has his own agenda. Time cannot control him. So we're seeing that, grow, and we're seeing that come about. And once again, it's, ending of a cool issue with, they rip the door off of Air Force One, and a bloody Stormy comes flying out. Gonzo comes out, he's like, okay, you want to dance? Well, turn around, take a look at what you're up against. And we see the new First Strike team led by Americommando. There's a Lady Liberty there. There's some Fish Lady, a new female spin doctor, Embargo, and Chief Justice minus one finger. But once again, okay, next issue we're going to throw down.
We see his fingers missing too.
Yeah, and that was a funny thing. I looked
for that.
Small
little detail and attention.
I looked for it. And I saw it. I was like, yes, no finger, cool.
Mm-hmm. Which would have been honestly a very easy mistake to make.
Oh, big time! Yeah, and
trying to get an issue done and everything like that. I wouldn't have faulted it if it wasn't there.
And even if it was drawn so that you really couldn't tell, like if he had a closed fist and you really can see, but this one you can really clearly see he doesn't have a finger. He's missing his little pinky. Which, let me ask you a question, Nerd. Mm-hmm. If you're going to get any finger ripped off, would you want it to? Because he went with the pinky on his left hand. Would you want that, or would you pick a different finger?
I think I'd go with a pinky. What else would I...
Well, see, here's the thing I was thinking, is maybe a ring finger. Because, that way you have...
I wear a ring.
Well, I don't. So, that'd be a great way for me...
But you didn't ask me what you would do.
Oh, okay.
You're like rationalizing my decision based on what you would do. I wear a ring, so I would want to keep.
But here's the thing: it would give you an out. Like, honey, I'd wear my ring, but that finger got ripped off by Father Time.
Again, I like my ring. I do. I picked it out. I happen to like the ring that I have. So no, that wouldn't. Again, you're justifying my decision by your rationalization. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, do I usually make sense?
No. Like I said, you asked me the question, then you answered for me. This is, to me, a very engaging read. And it's kind of fitting, and the reason why I thought it was so fitting as we were having our Seven Soldiers discussion is two books that, to me, had characters in them that I want more of. You know, settings, characters, moods. I want to see more of Shining Knight. I want to see more of Guardian. I want to see more of Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters. You know, these are just characters that I think just work. And, you know, they could be very interesting series.
Yeah, this could definitely be a monthly. They can keep it up as a limited, however they want to do it. I will get it.
You know, I'm loving the occasional limiteds, so that's fine. The cosmic stuff in the limited series is working great for me, so I like this. I would like to see this on the same rotation that the cosmic stuff's getting.
Yeah, so I hope we don't
with
see
Gray and Palmiotti writing it, though.
Yeah, it's definitely, this is Gray and Palmiotti.
Oh, yeah. So, I'm hoping, along with Power Girl, we do get more of this, because these guys are just,
yeah.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah. They do a team well.
Yeah.
And they do this team well. They understand the dynamics and the characters. And
I will say, I feel like to a certain extent, I haven't done them enough, on the show, talking about how much I enjoy them, because they really, really are very, very talented.
To the Batmobile. Let's go.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
You're ready to move up.
I want to announce really quickly 2 conventions we're going to be at. I'm going to be at for sure. I know you're tentative on one.
Yeah, I'm unknown.
Obviously, as of the time you hear this, we're going to be at the Super Show for CGS. That's a for sure. Mid-OhioCon is coming up. That's October 4th and 5th. That's going to be in Columbus, Ohio. I'm really excited for the guest lineup on that. That's midohio.com. Go check that out and see if you're interested in popping by that convention. But I haven't been there in a couple years. And I had like a multi-year stretch where I was going to it, and I haven't been there in a couple years, and I'm excited to get that back in my queue of conventions that I'm going to go and visit again, because I've always enjoyed the Mid-OhioCon. I'm also going for the first time, and I don't know how many there's been of this one, the Screaming Tiki Con. I never heard of it before. But I came across it. I was doing a search for just comic conventions in the Ohio area, and it's going to be in Niles, Ohio, in that area. And it's called the Screaming Tiki Con. And Adam West is going to be there, and Yvonne Craig, and Julie Newmar is going to be there. I know Art and Franco are going to be there from Tiny Titans. There's a whole big, there's a decent guest lineup for this one. It's a 3-day thing. There's a VIP pass. And I had to do this one. You get your picture taken with Adam West.
Cool.
And I'm like, how cool is that? Like my childhood hero. And he's a Family Guy now, too, which he's awesome on that. So it's like Adam West to get a chance, his voiceover work. You've probably heard him doing voiceovers recently besides Family Guy. He was in Chicken Little and just various different things he's been popping up doing voiceover work. I'm really anxious to meet him, so I'm definitely going to the Screaming Tiki Con. So I just kind of want to shout that out in case our listeners are going to be there. Shoot me an email at ragingbullets@gmail.com, and I'd love to hook up with you if you're going to be at any of these things, so we can hang out and chat. Before we wrap up the show, I want to give a quick shout out to Who Reads the Watchmen. It's the Half Hour Wasted podcast is hosting it, and it's going to be a 12-part in-depth roundtable analysis of the Watchmen. And the first episode covering issue 1 is out at halfhourwasted.com. That's halfhourwasted.com. The episodes are going to be posting every 2 weeks on Wednesday or Thursday. And definitely check it out. I'm a big fan of Watchmen, obviously, from our episode way back. You can definitely hear how much we love this. So to actually hear another podcast and more unique thoughts on this particular book and this particular work is something that's always welcome. So I definitely recommend checking that out. I've actually got it queued up. We're going to be heading to the CGS Super Show this weekend, and that's going to be one of the things we're going to listen to when we go to the CGS Super Show. Actually, after I'm done recording this tonight, I'm going to go and load up a whole bunch of fellow podcasters and kind of enjoy the 7 hour or so drive that Jim and I have out there. And actually, just have some of our friends riding along with us by the fact that we get to listen to some of their podcasts. It's going to be kind of fun to do this trip as a podcast listener. So that'll be really fun. And so definitely check their podcast out. I want to shout out our sponsors, DCBService.com, who is going to be posting right basically as you're probably listening to this. The new issues are going to be posting on their website with the new deals and discounts. This is always my favorite time of the month because I'm really anxious to see what they've got coming. So definitely check out their website at DCBService.com. Whatever your shipping preferences, your bag and boarding preferences, DCBService.com can meet your shopping needs. And don't forget our in-stock trades book of the month for September is going to be 7 Soldiers of Victory, Volume 3. From the mind of Grant Morrison comes the 7 Soldiers, Mr. Miracle 1 and 2, 7 Soldiers of Tana, number 4, 7 Soldiers Clarion the Witch Boy, number 4, 7 Soldiers the Bulleteer 1 and 2, and 7 Soldiers Frankenstein, number 1. And these, just like the other ones, they're all interconnected. It's a wonderful read. They're supporting us regularly, $14.99, 47% off discount, makes it only $7.94. If you have never checked out All-Star Superman, definitely pick up the trade paperback collecting the first 6 issues of the series. Regularly $12.99, 30% off, only $8.18. InStockTrades.com, your source for your collected edition needs. Thanks for supporting us, DCBService.com and InStockTrades.com. And next week on the show, we are going to be finishing up our Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters. We've got a BK's Bullets that we mentioned that we wanted to get on this one. We're going to do more listener emails. We are going to be talking about Secret 6 number 1. Jim and I got the opportunity to take a quick look at this, and it looks stellar. I can't wait to talk about it in depth next week, cover to cover. You know what Gail Simone fans we are, and this one is it's going to be so good. So I can't wait to talk about this one. Very edgy book, and we're going to have a lot of fun chatting about it next week. So we'll definitely be chatting that. We might get to some Trinity. The week after that, we're going to be doing a Final Crisis tie-in episode. I want to talk about Superman Beyond 3D special, things like the Spectre miniseries that's coming out, the one with by Greg Rucka. We're going to be chatting about that one. We're going to also be chatting about the Legion one. We're going to kind of talk about some of these outside ones that we haven't had a chance to chat about. Oh, also next week, the other thing we're going to have on next week is Top Bullets. We're going to be chatting about July and August's books. So we're going to get in both. I know because of our scheduling, we got bumped a little bit, but we're going to get both of them in on that segment and kind of have a nice little meaty chat about just some books around the DC Universe right now that we're really enjoying. So next week's episode is going to be rather meaty with a lot of varied comic content, and the following week we're going to definitely come back with that Final Crisis segment. On one of those 2 shows, we're going to be joined by Freddie E. Williams II to talk about the Flash and Robin as well. So I don't know if that's next week or the week after, so we got a lot of things coming. Busy Raging Bullets, couple of weeks, and I want to thank you guys for your patience on this week's release, and we'll be back next week on Thursday with episode 131. So we'll see you guys then.
Bye!